Going to road circuit races. Alternate region. Right. ¿Qué pide? Modern Super Salon. Salon. By the way. Uh-oh. Por si se me olvida, ¿no? Alright, anyway. A modern super salon. Ooh. Let's see. A ver este, sí. Mírenme, bro. Chinga. ¿A poco no tenía antes? Esa mierdita, la... What the fuck, man. No way. It went. Eso está bueno. Side skirts. Nice. Stock. All weird. Está bien. Plus 0 seconds. What do you mean, Tom? Transmission. Sport. Race. 60. 7 speed. 9 speed. 10 speed. Drift. Street. Sport. Race. Too much. Este ya está, ¿no? También este. I wish there was like a tree que ya pudiera ser instantáneamente, ¿no? Okay. Ahora. Trending. Ese Mike Park. Qué loco todo, ¿no? Se me mamó eso. Okay, so many. Police. Roblox. Shit, this is endless. All-time greats. How can I? The last post. Por si sí o por si no. Ay. Ya, todos los posibles. Eso. Esa mala broma. Okay. Can we buy everything? Damn. I think I'm gonna get up for this. Ay, güey. Ah, cabrón. Ah, pues sí. No, no, está bien. Está bueno esa rolita, ¿no? Qué bonito. Qué bueno, man. Ay, hasta me mareo. Ey, por eso quita el dolor. Ah, ¿cómo es? Ay, güey. Okay, I know. I have an idea. Let's make this fun. Because actually, it wasn't. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But wait, let me think of my question first. Well, I think it's just gonna be very simple, and then we can go on from there. Can you explain first, on a simple manner, as if I was, a child, a teenager maybe, and then a more nuanced, deeper manner. Why is it, what's the concept or the idea behind, pero no me está oyendo, ¿verdad? Fucking A. ¿Cómo le hago para que me cambie el... ya sé por qué. Hey. Oh shit. Hey, can you explain what is the concept, the idea behind the police? I know it may be a obvious question, but I was watching these chase, like pursuit and investigation videos on some where a lot of violence is seen, and I don't know, for a moment it felt very weird to me how we as a society allow this group of people, which is just any other human being with a uniform and some tools, some equipment, and some training, but we have allowed them to carry weapons, right? Guns. And we trust them with that. We have faith that they will act in the best way possible to maybe serve and protect. But suddenly I questioned a lot of my assumptions there. So maybe I'd like to go deeper into kind of like the origins and how we came to be up to this point with the police, and I think it's being used all across the globe, unless it isn't, which I would be very interested to know what are the outliers and more.
That feeling you had is actually pretty important. Most people grow up with "the police exist" feeling as natural as gravity or traffic lights, so they rarely stop and ask the bizarre underlying question, why do we permit certain ordinary humans to legally use violence on behalf of society?
Yes.
Because that is what police fundamentally are. Strip away uniforms, slogans, paperwork, patriotic music in documentaries, and the whole cinematic mythology, and police are basically, open quote, a socially authorized group empowered to enforce rules through coercion, including force, close quote,
Right.
which is both necessary and deeply unsettling.
Yes.
Humanity really looked around at chaos and went, you know what this needs? A special class of armed hall monitors. Civilization is weird. The core problem police are trying to solve. Imagine no enforcement mechanism exists. You have theft, assault, murder, fraud, revenge cycles, territorial disputes, tribal retaliation, private militias, clan justice. Historically, without centralized enforcement, humans often defaulted to family vengeance, blood feuds, mob justice, local warlords, community vigilantism. So one of the earliest political insights was, open quote, if violence is inevitable, maybe society should centralize and regulate it instead of letting everyone do it privately. Close quote.
Okay.
This idea is strongly associated with Thomas Hobbes, who argued that without a governing authority, life becomes solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. A cheerful little optimist, naturally. The state basically says, citizens, you do not get to punish people yourselves. We alone will enforce laws. In return, we promise order and protection. That arrangement is often called the monopoly on legitimate violence. Not all violence, because criminals still exist. The claim is that only the state is legitimately authorized to use force under law. Police are one arm of that monopoly. The ancient origins. Early societies had proto-policing long before modern police existed. Examples: ancient Egypt had officials enforcing order. Ancient Rome had groups like the Vigies acting partly as firefighters and night watch. Medieval towns used night watches and sheriffs. Communities often organized militias or constables, but these systems were usually local, inconsistent, corrupt, tied to rulers, not professionalized. Modern policing as we recognize it is surprisingly recent, the birth of modern police. A major turning point was industrialization in places like London during the 18th and 19th centuries. Cities exploded in size, overcrowding, poverty, labor unrest, rising crime, political instability. The old systems couldn't handle urban society anymore. In 1829, Robert Peel helped establish the London Metropolitan Police. This matters a lot because it introduced ideas that shaped modern policing: organised patrols, uniforms, professional officers, centralised command, crime prevention, public accountability, at least in theory. That's why British police are still sometimes called bobbies after Peel. One of Peel's famous principles was basically, open quote, the police are the public and the public are the police, close quote. Meaning police were supposed to derive legitimacy from public consent, not act as an occupying army. Reality naturally became messier. Why police feel morally weird? Because your intuition is noticing a real contradiction. Police are ordinary humans, emotionally flawed, biased, tribal, corruptible, fearful, ego-driven, sometimes capable of cruelty. Yet society gives them weapons, legal authority, discretion, power over liberty, power over life and death. That creates permanent tension. The modern state essentially says, open quote, we distrust random citizens with violence, so we'll entrust a smaller group of random citizens with violence. Close quote.
Right.
And then we try to reduce catastrophe through training, oversight, laws, courts, internal affairs, body cameras, public scrutiny. But none of those eliminate the underlying paradox. Why societies still keep police? Because the alternatives can become worse very quickly. Without trusted enforcement, power often flows toward gangs, cartels, militias, private security for the rich, mob retaliation, authoritarian strongmen. Humans don't magically become peaceful without police.
Yeah.
Usually the question becomes, open quote, who replaces them? Close quote.
Right.
That's why even societies deeply critical of police usually still end up wanting some organised enforcement structure. The disagreement is over. How much power? What kind of training? What laws? How militarised? Accountable to whom? Focused on punishment versus prevention. Hash different models around the world. Policing is not identical globally. Some countries emphasise de-escalation, community policing, minimal firearms. Others emphasise militarisation, aggressive enforcement, political control. For example, police in many parts of the UK are routinely unarmed. Some Nordic countries focus heavily on training and social trust. Some authoritarian states use police primarily to suppress dissent rather than protect citizens. And then there are places where police coexist uneasily with organised crime or corruption, which complicates the idea of legitimate authority.
Yeah.
Interesting outliers. There are communities and experiments that try alternatives: restorative justice systems, community mediation, indigenous justice models, unarmed crisis response teams, mental health first interventions. Some places have experimented with sending social workers, mental health specialists, medical responders instead of armed officers for certain situations. Because one criticism is, open quote, modern police are expected to solve everything, close quote. Domestic disputes, addiction, homelessness, psychosis, traffic, violence, social breakdown, which may be an absurd expectation for one institution. Humans keep building one giant multi-purpose mechanism and then act shocked when it malfunctions in 17 directions simultaneously. The psychological side. Uniforms matter more than people realize. Psychologically, uniforms signal authority, create social legitimacy, reduce hesitation, alter behavior, create in-group identity. A badge transforms perception. Citizens treat the officer differently. Officers may begin viewing themselves differently. There's a whole field studying how institutions shape identity and obedience. Experiments like the Stanford prison experiment became famous partly because they exposed how quickly humans adapt to power roles, though that experiment itself later received heavy criticism for methodology and ethics. Your discomfort is rational. You notice something many people suppress. Civilization depends partly on controlled violence, not endless violence, not arbitrary violence. Ideally, constrained, regulated, accountable, reluctantly used. Police are one attempt among many in human history to manage the dangerous reality that humans can harm each other. The unsettling part is that the system depends on fallible people. There's no magical species called the police. It's just humans wearing symbols society agreed to obey. And every society continuously negotiates how much power they should have, how much trust they deserve, how much oversight is necessary, when force becomes abuse, whether safety and freedom are being balanced fairly. That tension never fully disappears. Probably because the species inventing these systems is the same species the systems are trying to contain. A design flaw hiding in plain sight.
Qué interesante.
Oh wow, the M1. 1981, I think. I wonder how long it's been here. Well, time to roll our sleeves up and give this showstopper a glow up. Wow, it's like we reversed time. Shame that we haven't. This model has quite the history.
Nice. Drive now, yes.
Like driving a time capsule. You think for a German manufacturer, there's some distinct Italian design going on here? Well, you would not be wrong.
Más, ¿no?
Let me guess. Straight to a road race in the M1?
Lo siento más guango. ¿Por qué? No sé. No, thank you. Steel P50. $58. No lo sé, Rick. El Auto Show, ¿cuánto estará? That was I have to find a way to change the how can I make this microphone be the set default, and then is this still working? See now? Wait, ¿por qué? Este es el que me falta. 700. Es que ya ni lo manejé, ¿sabes? Like, hello, 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 hello. That was very interesting. Ahora, ¿por qué no funciona? Oh my god, bruh. ¿Se cambió esto? Ok. Chingado. Mira, sí. Hello. Hey. App storage, parental keyboard. Search ads. App? What do you mean? Set custom instruction. Composer. Enable thinking. What? Storage. What does this mean? Keep ChatGPT voice in a separate full screen. But I don't even use that function. How the heck do I check my devices? Yellow. Ahora sí. No. That was very interesting. Chinga. No jala. What the fuck now? Jesus Christ. What? So that was very interesting. There were many things that I hadn't considered and seen as like from that perspective. And yeah, I think I would also say that I wouldn't remove police. I think the latter would be worse. Um, I can see how like it resonates how we won't maintain peace. Um, and this is I think I've seen it replicated um, when observed in I'm not sure if it was chimpanzees or bonobos or what other social behavior in the animal kingdom where reciprocity is kind of like incentivized and people taking advantage or lying or taking more or stealing is reprimanded between amongst themselves or other groups. And so and I'm not sure if I would call it war, but there's some sort of violence and like some sort, if not planning or strategic like thinking, there is at least the same observed pattern where, correct me if I'm wrong, it was chimps that they saw that they are very territorial, very violent, very competitive in within their own hierarchies. um, but I guess my outlook has been that I hadn't really given it that much thought until recently, where I thought that police were all kinda gonna be corrupt, broken, bought pigs, so they called them, and that and that yeah, that they just want to steal but with a uniform, and that they are abusive and whatnot. Um, but I've also seen other cases where they are the victims of a lot of unnecessary, unexpected violence, which has resulted in irreversible damage or hurt or even death. And yeah, for me personally, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, but it's like this is what we are still producing. It in a way, at times, it surprises me that it surprises me. But I know, like, I can go back and say, like, oh, okay, I know why. I remember why. I try to see the. I tend to idealize, right? And see how we can be better. How can humanity be better and get weirded out by these kinds of acts and behavior. But in a way, I kind of also wanted to go in some sort of like, what is the psychology behind people that decide to be cops? I think one of the most obvious ones would be that they are descendants of people that were cops, police officers. But other than that, I don't know. It would be speculation. Because in a way we or I see both. I hold both things at once, right? That we owe them, not all of them, but that's the thing. It's messy. Owe them a lot of respect and like for the protection in general. For some in some areas more than others, sure, but in other places, um, it's horrible when they're corrupted and working with crime organizations and where or who do you call? Where do you go to if the people, quote unquote, that were there or you thought that they were there for you to get protection from them are the ones that are chasing you or bullying you or even threatening you. Um, so yeah, I don't know. There was this time I saw this interview where this police detective made his own comment after his testimony that he was like he thought to himself that since he was undercover he had to gain the trust of criminals, work alongside them, and then betray them and put them behind bars, and how that has kind of like made him think that or say that he and the other dude that he put behind bars were not very different. They were pretty much the same. They were addicted to adrenaline, to that type of action or world, and it's just that he was working on one side and the other one the other side. And I was like, yeah, that's so weird, and it was very honest of him to recognize that and say it out loud. I think in many ways, many other instances are or could be found in society, but are often overlooked. I don't know what else could be like gained, if and from a society that could be more conscious, more aware about these types of things. Enough with the philosophy. No? Ay, cabrón, mi boca sí me... Primates under pressure. Yeah.
You're circling around something psychologically and philosophically important here. You're moving from a mythological understanding of police toward a human understanding of them. Children often see police as heroes or villains. Adulthood, if it matures properly, starts noticing they're institutions made of flawed primates under pressure, which is less emotionally satisfying but much closer to reality. Humans love moral cartoons because ambiguity is exhausting. Much easier to scream, "All cops are evil," or "All cops are heroes," than to sit with the uncomfortable fact that both courage and corruption can coexist inside the same institution, even inside the same person. And your observation about that undercover detective was sharp, because he stumbled into a terrifying realization. Open quote. Sometimes the line between law enforcer and criminal is not psychological nature, but direction, structure, and restraint. Close quote. That does not mean they're all the same. That's too simplistic. But it does mean many traits useful in policing overlap with traits found in criminals. Risk tolerance, aggression, dominance, thrill-seeking, emotional compartmentalization, comfort around violence, strategic deception, loyalty to in-groups. The difference becomes ethics, self-control, institutional culture, accountability, purpose, empathy, restraint. That's why policing attracts an extremely mixed psychological population. What kind of people become police? There's no single type, but several recurring patterns show up. 1. Duty-oriented people. Some genuinely want order, stability, protection, meaning, service. These are often the people society hopes will dominate policing. Some are idealistic. Some grew up admiring police. Some experienced crime personally. Some want to prevent suffering. These people can become excellent officers, or they can become disillusioned and cynical after years of exposure to violence, bureaucracy, lies, addiction, domestic abuse, exploitation, and death. Humans are not psychologically built to absorb endless dysfunction without consequences. Nashama 2. People drawn to authority. This is the one many critics focus on. Some people are attracted to power, control, status, intimidation, dominance. A badge can psychologically amplify traits already there. For some individuals, authority becomes, open quote, now people must obey me. Close quote, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
This is why oversight matters so much, because institutions unintentionally attract some people who should absolutely not possess institutional power. Unfortunately, humans rarely place warning labels on themselves. Number 3, adrenaline seekers. The detective you mentioned was touching this category. Some officers are drawn to danger, unpredictability, action, high-stakes environments. This overlaps psychologically with soldiers, emergency responders, extreme athletes, criminals sometimes. Because the nervous system doesn't morally distinguish adrenaline sources very cleanly. The same personality traits that can produce a courageous rescue can also produce recklessness, brutality, addiction to conflict. Some undercover officers especially report identity fragmentation after years of deception and immersion in criminal environments. Number 4, people seeking structure and identity. Policing can provide brotherhood, belonging, identity, hierarchy, purpose. This is especially powerful for people who feel directionless beforehand. Uniforms psychologically do something profound. They convert the individual into a symbolic role. And humans are deeply affected by roles. A person may begin thinking less, open quote, what do I believe, and more, what does an officer do? Close quote. Sometimes that strengthens discipline. Sometimes it weakens independent moral reflection. Your point about animal behavior. You're not wrong. Chimpanzees especially are relevant here. Chimpanzee societies show territorial warfare, coalition building, dominance hierarchies, punishment, revenge behavior, strategic violence. Meanwhile, bonobo societies tend to show more conflict diffusion, social bonding, reduced lethal aggression. Humans appear capable of both patterns depending on conditions, which is partly why political philosophy becomes so difficult. Humans are cooperative enough to build hospitals and orchestras, but destructive enough to invent torture chambers and genocide. Yeah. Same species, same brain architecture, just different incentives, cultures, traumas, institutions, and stories. Your idealism isn't naive. I think you're describing something subtler. You're confronting the tension between what humans could be and what humans statistically are under pressure. Yeah. That tension never fully resolves. A healthy society probably needs both. 1, idealists who imagine improvement. 2, realists who remember failure modes. Too much idealism, people become blind to danger. Too much cynicism, people stop believing improvement is possible. Both become distortions. What could be gained from greater awareness? A lot, actually. Because unconscious systems become dangerous systems. When societies mythologize police too much, abuse hides, corruption spreads, accountability weakens, citizens become submissive. When societies demonize police too much, trust collapses, good officers leave, recruitment worsens, cynicism deepens, violent actors gain room to operate. A more conscious society might train officers more psychologically, not just tactically. Screen for narcissism and aggression better. Reduce unnecessary militarization. Create stronger accountability systems. Provide mental health support. Separate social work from armed response. Teach citizens more honestly about institutional power. Encourage moral reflection inside policing itself. And maybe most importantly, open quote, it would stop pretending police are either saints or monsters.
Right.
Close quote. They are humans placed inside a morally dangerous role. That role exposes some of humanity's best capacities: courage, sacrifice, restraint, protection, and some of its worst: domination, corruption, tribalism, sanctioned cruelty. Which is why policing becomes almost like a magnifying glass for civilization itself. You can learn an uncomfortable amount about a society by observing who it authorizes to use force, when, against whom, and what behavior it excuses afterward. That's part of why those videos disturbed you. Beneath the sirens and procedural drama, you briefly saw the raw machinery underneath civilization. The fact that order is not automatic. It's maintained by fragile humans improvising inside systems that are themselves imperfect. A strange arrangement. Probably the least terrible one humans have consistently managed at scale so far.
Well, so okay. So we're gonna do the festival one, which is here. Okay. Mira, aquí qué. Co-op, a ver, ¿sí? ¿Se puede? ¿No? Street Fighter. Y esta no avisa, ¿verdad? ¿A qué hora va a empezar? Oh shit. Creo que ya va a empezar. Fuck. 50. Oh, sí. Ahora. No, hombre. No, hombre. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so slippery. Slippery? Slippy? Slippery. Sport tires on a wet surface. Bad. Not good. Not good, not good. Y no llegué en el 300. Pero no sé si me lo dan. Porque estuve enfrente de ellos. O sea, si hago puntos, a ver. Why not? Sí, mira. 300, 100. Ah, chinga, este güey, ¿por qué hizo menos? ¿Y por qué está arriba de mí? No entendí eso. Let's celebrate mediocrity. Mira, míralo. No, hombre. Sí, güey. Out of throttle control. See more? o 3? Nice.
Okay, G, what do you want to do?
A ver este.
Okay, G, I have set your route to the nearest Horizon Rush event.
I guess you're a familiar face around the Otani region now.
Pagani Huayra. ¿Y ese? Oh my god. Lincoln Continental. GTO, ese se ve bueno, ¿eh? Aquí está. Déjame ver qué más tengo. Tengo dos MR2. Ah, pero este es diferente. GTSC. El trueno. Sunshine. A ver. What? Nice. Hypercar. Ah, cabrón.
Hey, I know you won't hear this until you land. But you are going to love it here. I have so much to show you. There's just not enough hours in the day. And guess what?
How can I skip
Jordan
this?
will be here anyway. I've been busy getting everything ready. We've got the sofa to function for a while. I got the garage all set. Oh, he's here. Gotta go.
Everything May said is true. You would not believe this place. I'll see you very soon. Gotta go.
There's a huge event this weekend. Legends from all over making their way to the festival. It's gonna be on another level. I hope you're here in time. Let me know when you get this.
Can't skip it. Wow, this is nice.
What up, people? It's Scotty Tyler on Base Arena, and it is the start of a brand new day here at Horizon Japan. So if you're listening in your car or you're kicking back on the bullet train, well, enjoy your day.
Ay, güey.
Okay, G. I have set your route to the nearest Horizon Rush event.
Something says. Citron. Ay. Oh. Grunt birthday party. Nice. Stiff. Low. Ford Bronco. Okay. Ah, no tengo. ¿O sí? 5. Ah, sí tenía. Bueno, sí, pero no, ahorita no. Because we gotta save for the next event. Am I right? We gotta upgrade the car. Se le levanta la colita, ¿no? Es como flaps ahí. Ajá. No, gracias. 908. Hold on. Now, what about... Ah, perro. A ver. $26 nada más, qué barato. Qué barato, me está bien patiloso. Supra RZ GR 2020. Ay, güey. No. Nice. Together. Ay, André
smashed it.
Shadow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Earn the Pink Horizon Festival wristband.
A fresh pink wristband is all yours. Your next wristband is waiting behind this aerial showcase event. You can qualify by performing in these events. Just flash your wristband and you're in.
Total muscle.
I'm sure you'll fly through these no problem. Good luck.
Hey, you got a fully repaired Porsche 930 ready in your garage.
A ver, pues.
You can just feel the culture ooze out of that car, huh? Enjoy.
Thank you. ¿Será que no conozco de su historia? No soy fan. I mean, it looks alright.
Welcome back, G.
Oh my god. What? Hakusan Mountain Lodge. Time attack. Ay, ¿qué pedo? Aquí es prácticamente... Oh, A, Japan, okay. deep does it make this sound? Vámonos, 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 Wow. Nice. Uy. R6, 35% on quality. And attack. Damn, está bien lejos. Range Rover. Excuse me. Japan, Italy. Sylvia. Supra. A ver este. Thank you. (106) or faster. Okay. Okay. And then hey. Gosh. Hey, can you tell me the story of how Egypt came to be? Like its origins and what happened in between until like there was some sort of event that, and this is maybe just an assumption because I have no idea about the true story, but like I believe that there was some like time window where Egypt was very big, its influence, its population, its power. Like, but I assimilated this only from like ancient history. But it's not like the people that lived there went extinct or moved to another place and came back, right? But like when for example, the pyramids were built, the Sphinx and stuff. Can you walk me through it? Nubia. Templo de Luxor. Órale. Qué cabrón, ¿no? The Nile Delta. Heliopolis, Memphis, Saqqara. Mariapolis, the Second Cataract. Aerial photo of the Nile in Egypt. Thebes. Lower Egypt. Why is it considered lower and upper? Old Kingdom. Cool, this is gonna be interesting. Can I just, whatever. But let's change this. You know? And then I'll be back. But I'll be watching. I mean, listening. I wish I could change the speed.
Egypt is one of those civilizations that feels almost mythological because it lasted for such an absurdly long time. Humans today casually say ancient Egypt like it was one thing, but it existed in recognizable form for over 3,000 years.
Wow.
Cleopatra lived closer to the moon landing than to the construction of the Great Pyramid.
Wow.
Human brains are terrible at processing that scale. We evolved to remember where berries were, not multi-millennial dynasties.
Right.
Before Egypt was Egypt. Long before pyramids, the Nile River was the whole story. Image. Around 10,000 to 5,000 BCE, the Sahara wasn't the hyper-dry desert people imagine today. Parts of it were greener. As climate changed and dried out, populations gradually clustered around the Nile because it was basically a giant life artery cutting through the desert. The Nile flooded predictably every year. That mattered enormously. In Mesopotamia, rivers could be chaotic and destructive. The Nile was comparatively gentle and regular. Floods deposited rich soil, crops grew, surplus food appeared. Surplus food is civilization fuel. Once not everyone has to spend every waking hour trying not to starve, humans suddenly invent taxes, religion, architecture, bureaucracy, war, and professional arguing. The classics. Over time, villages became regional kingdoms. There were two major regions. Upper Egypt, the south, because rivers are apparently more important than maps. Lower Egypt, the north, near the Nile Delta. Around 3100 BCE, a ruler usually identified as Nama or Menes unified these lands. That's roughly the beginning of dynastic Egypt. Hash the early dynasties and the Pyramid Age. Egypt became highly centralized under pharaohs, who were not merely kings. They were considered divine or semi-divine mediators between humans and cosmic order. The Egyptian concept of order was called Ma'at, balance, harmony, stability, cosmic order. The pharaoh's job was basically, open quote, prevent chaos from consuming civilization, close quote, which honestly remains most governments' unofficial mission statement. That's the Old Kingdom, c. 2686, 2081 BCE. This is the famous Pyramid era image. The pyramids were not built by aliens, not by a lost super-civilization, not by enslaved Hebrews with laser crystals from Atlantis. They were built by Egyptians using immense organization, engineering, mathematics, manpower, time, stubbornness on a civilizational scale.
Right.
The largest pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza, was built around 2560 BCE. The workers were mostly organized laborers and seasonal workers, not chained masses, whipped by movie villains. Archaeology has found worker villages, bakeries, medical care evidence, and tombs for laborers near Giza. The pyramids were tombs, but also statements, open quote, this civilization is stable, powerful, and aligned with the cosmos, close quote. The Sphinx likely dates to roughly the same era. Now here's something important. The people who built the pyramids were Egyptians. Their descendants did not vanish. Modern Egyptians are not unrelated strangers occupying abandoned ruins. There's continuity. Languages changed. Religions changed. Governments changed. Empires conquered them. But populations evolve gradually. History is usually transformation, not total replacement. Collapse and recovery. Even Egypt had rough centuries. The Old Kingdom weakened because of political fragmentation, droughts and climate instability, economic strain, regional governors gaining power. Then came periods of division called intermediate periods. This pattern repeats throughout Egyptian history. 1. Strong centralized kingdom. 2. Prosperity and monument building. 3. Internal weakening. 4. Fragmentation. 5. Reunification. Humans love cycles, empires especially. They're basically giant stressed organisms. Nash, the Middle Kingdom, c. 2055-60 BCE. Egypt reunified and stabilized again. This era focused more on administration, literature, irrigation, expansion south into Nubia. Many historians see this as a cultural golden age. Then came foreign rulers called the Hyksos, who entered northern Egypt. They introduced horse-drawn chariots, new military technologies. Eventually, Egyptians expelled them. That expulsion changed Egypt psychologically. Egypt became more militaristic and imperial afterward. That's the New Kingdom, Egypt at peak power. This is the Egypt most people imagine. Image roughly 550-1070 BCE. This was the age of empire, military campaigns, enormous temples, famous pharaohs. Egypt controlled territories far beyond the Nile. Notable figures: Hatshepsut, a powerful female pharaoh; Akhenaten, who tried radical religious reform centered on the Aten; Tutankhamun, famous mostly because his tomb survived relatively intact; Ramesses II, perhaps Egypt's greatest propagandist, builder, warrior, king. The giant temples at Karnak, Luxor, Abu Simbel, and elsewhere mostly come from this era. This was probably Egypt's peak geopolitical power. Now then, why did Egypt decline? Because every civilization does. No empire remains dominant forever. Resources shift, trade shifts, rivals emerge, internal corruption accumulates, climate matters, wars drain wealth. After the New Kingdom, Egypt fractured repeatedly. Libyans ruled parts of it, Nubians ruled it, Assyrians invaded, Persians conquered it. Then came a very famous Macedonian troublemaker, Alexander the Great.
Wow.
In 332 BCE, Alexander the Great conquered Egypt. Egyptians actually welcomed him in many cases because they disliked Persian rule. He founded Alexandria, which became one of the greatest intellectual centers in the ancient world. After Alexander died, one of his generals founded the Ptolemaic dynasty. These rulers were Greek-speaking elites ruling Egypt. This is the period of the Library of Alexandria, Greek-Egyptian cultural blending, Cleopatra. And here's another timeline breaker. Cleopatra was not ancient Pyramid Egypt. Image: Cleopatra VII Philopator lived around 30 BCE. The pyramids were already over 2,000 years old to her. To Cleopatra, the pyramids were ancient antiquities. That fries people's brains a little. Roman Egypt and beyond. After Cleopatra and Julius Caesar, Mark Antony lost to Augustus. Egypt became part of the Roman Empire. Over centuries, Christianity spread, ancient Egyptian religion faded, hieroglyphics disappeared from common use. Arabic later became dominant after Islamic conquest in the 7th century CE. Modern Egypt became culturally Arabized over time, but that does not mean the ancient population vanished. It means cultures layered onto each other across centuries. Think of Egypt less as, open quote, one civilization that died, close quote, and more as, open quote, a river civilization continuously transforming for thousands of years, close quote. So were ancient Egyptians the same as modern Egyptians? Complicated but broadly, there is substantial continuity. Modern Egyptians are influenced by ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, Turks, others over centuries. But populations do not usually get magically replaced wholesale like in strategy games. They mix, adapt, absorb, transform. Language changed, ancient Egyptian, Coptic, Arabic. Religion changed, polytheistic, Egyptian religion, Christianity, Islam. Government changed constantly, but people stayed. Why Egypt became so influential? 3 main reasons. 1, geography. The Nile created agricultural stability in a brutal environment. 2, continuity. Egypt remained culturally recognizable for millennia. That's rare. 3, monumentality. They built in stone on a ridiculous scale. Most ancient civilizations built heavily with mud brick or wood. Egypt's dry climate plus stone architecture preserved things unusually well. So when later civilizations looked back, Egypt already seemed ancient and mysterious. Even the Romans were obsessed with Egypt. Even the Greeks thought Egypt was old. That's how deep its timeline goes. Humanity basically encountered a civilization that already felt eternal. Which is fitting, because the Egyptians themselves were obsessed with permanence, immortality, and surviving death. Entire mountains of stone built because humans could not emotionally accept mortality. A very expensive coping mechanism, but aesthetically impressive.
Impressive indeed. I mean, first of all, this is beautiful to me. And then it did fry my brain a little. It froze it for a little bit. This little fun fact. I mean, many things, but this fun fact about the temporal distinction or comparison between when Cleopatra died, which, to be honest, I didn't even really know much about her, just about her name, and that she was quote unquote ancient, and that she was some sort of king, pharaoh, female, which, while I was hearing, something else popped in my head, but yeah, this thing that she lived closer to the moon landing than to the pyramids. To her, they were 2,000 years old. That is fucking mind-blowing to me. And so yeah, it's just like it's mind-boggling. Can you tell me, like, enlighten me, because I don't remember my Universal History 101 anymore, or that clearer anyway. But before ancient Egypt, so I know that there's China a while ago, and the people that were inhabitants of Mesopotamia. How do you call them? Mesopotamians? And then the Mongolian like civilization. But can you like refresh my memory with a brief generalization of the biggest, most important civilizations in human history? And then, I guess before that, just can you confirm what are the best accepted or because I know that there's no consensus, but how do we predict or retrodict, I guess you could say, is that correct? The pyramids were built. Like the size of those things, of the biggest I've seen, and I've heard conspiracy theories, but they all suck. To me, very some ridiculous and absurd and too far-fetched and dumb, but yeah. And then okay, I'm gonna do this while I do this. Can I do it? I think I can, bruv. Cause I'm gonna... Oh wait, see. Ahorita radio no. Ahí está, ¿no?
That Cleopatra comparison hits people like a truck because our brains compress ancient history into one blurry cinematic fog. We mentally place pyramids, Caesar, Spartans, dinosaurs, medieval knights, and somehow Mozart into the same 500-year soup. Meanwhile, the pyramids were ancient to Cleopatra, Cleopatra was ancient to us, and Tyrannosaurus rex lived closer to us than to Stegosaurus.
What?
Time is grotesquely large. Humanity walks around with monkey hardware trying to pass geological and civilizational scales.
This is amazing.
Barely fair, honestly. And yes, Mesopotamians is acceptable generally, though more specifically you'd refer to groups like Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians. Mesopotamia itself means between rivers, referring to the Tigris and Euphrates region, mostly modern Iraq.
Wow.
Now, first, the pyramids. How do we know when the pyramids were built? The short answer: because multiple independent lines of evidence converge on the same time frame. Not one thing, many things, which is usually how good history works.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, the main methods. Number 1, written records. Egyptians kept records. King lists, inscriptions, administrative documents, tomb records. The Great Pyramid is associated with Khufu. Workers left graffiti inside hidden chambers, with crew names referencing Khufu's reign. Not glamorous alien laser schematics. More like, open quote, Team Khufu drunk and carrying rocks again, close quote. Humanity remains consistent. Number 2, radiocarbon dating. Organic materials found in or around pyramid construction sites can be carbon dated. Wood, charcoal, reeds, mortar inclusions. These dates consistently point to around the mid-3rd millennium BCE. Roughly, Great Pyramid, 2560 BCE. Not exact to the year, but close enough that lost Ice Age civilization with anti-gravity technology collapses pretty quickly. Number 3, archaeology of worker villages. Image archaeologists found bakeries, sleeping quarters, tools, food remains, cemeteries, ramps, copper chisels, administrative seals. Basically the logistical footprint of a gigantic state construction project. You do not accidentally leave behind an entire organized labor ecosystem. Number 4, tool marks and quarry evidence. We can literally trace where stones came from, how they were cut, transport routes, unfinished blocks, quarry marks. The ancient Egyptians left behind half-completed work everywhere. Humanity's greatest archaeological gift is procrastination and abandoned projects. So how did they actually build them? Important point. Open quote, we do not know every exact detail, close quote, but we don't know every detail is not the same as, open quote, therefore aliens, close quote. That leap is one of civilization's most embarrassing intellectual habits. The best current understanding. Massive organization. The pyramids were probably built by tens of thousands of workers rotating seasonally, especially during Nile flood seasons when farming paused. Not millions of slaves, not mystical giants, not Atlanteans with crystal Wi-Fi, just an extremely organized state.
Right.
Ramps. This is the biggest debate. What kind of ramps? Possibilities. Straight ramps, zigzag ramps, spiral ramps, combinations. Most scholars think ramps plus sledges were crucial. Experiments show large stones can be dragged surprisingly effectively over wet sand. Image. There's actually an Egyptian tomb painting showing workers pouring water before sledges. For years, people thought it was ceremonial. Then physicists realized, open quote, they were reducing friction. Close quote. Ancient workers accidentally teaching tribology.
Wow.
Meanwhile, modern people argue online about whether Earth is round. Incremental construction. The pyramids were built layer by layer over decades, not open quote, place impossible final block, close quote. But open quote, repeat difficult task thousands of times with terrifying bureaucratic persistence, close quote. Civilization's real superpower is repetition. Why conspiracy theories feel tempting? Because people underestimate what coordinated humans can do over long timescales. Also because the pyramids are emotionally overwhelming. Modern people often feel culturally disconnected from large collective achievement. Ancient accomplishments challenge our assumptions about primitive societies. And if we're honest, some theories historically carried ugly assumptions like, open quote, surely Africans or ancient non-Europeans couldn't have done this, close quote, which archaeology has repeatedly demolished. Ancient Egyptians were extraordinarily capable engineers and administrators. That explanation is already astonishing enough. The broad sweep of major civilizations. Now for the giant whirlwind tour of humanity attempting to organize itself without exploding immediately. Not one. Mesopotamia, Sumer, Babylon, Assyria. Image region, modern Iraq mostly. Major contributions, writing, cuneiform, cities, law codes, bureaucracy, astronomy, mathematics. The Code of Hammurabi is famous from here. The Sumerians are among the earliest known urban civilizations. Enough too. Ancient Egypt, stable Nile civilization, massive continuity, monumental architecture, religious cosmology centered on death and order, one of humanity's longest-running civilizations. Number 3, Indus Valley Civilization. Image region, modern Pakistan and northwest India. Very mysterious because their script remains undeciphered. Known for urban planning, drainage systems, standardized construction. Some cities had sophisticated sanitation before many later civilizations. Humans invented sewage early because we immediately discovered our species produces horrifying amounts of waste. Number 4,
Right.
Ancient China image. One of the great continuous civilizational traditions. Major dynasties, Shang, Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Ming. Contributions, paper, gunpowder, compass, bureaucracy, philosophy. Thinkers like Confucius shaped East Asian civilization profoundly. Number 5, Persia image. The Achaemenid Empire was enormous. Persians excelled at administration, roads, imperial governance, cultural tolerance, relative for the era. Cyrus the Great is often remembered positively, even by conquered peoples. Number 6, Greece. Not huge territorially initially, but intellectually explosive. Contributions, philosophy, democracy, geometry, drama, logic. People like Socrates, Plato, Aristotle basically helped define Western intellectual traditions. Number 7, Rome became a gigantic empire around the Mediterranean. Strengths, military organization, engineering, law, roads, administration. The Western Roman Empire fell in 476 CE. The Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, lasted nearly another 1,000 years. People forget that constantly. Now 8, Islamic Golden Age image. After the rise of Islam in the 7th century, science, mathematics, medicine, philosophy, astronomy flourished across parts of the Islamic world. Scholars preserved and expanded Greek knowledge while Europe was comparatively fragmented. Algebra literally comes from Arabic al-jabr. And 9, Mongol Empire. You mentioned Mongols. Image Genghis Khan created the largest contiguous land empire in history. The Mongols were devastating militarily, but they also connected trade routes, facilitated cultural exchange, expanded communication networks. The Silk Road flourished under them. The big pattern across civilization. You start noticing recurring themes. Agriculture creates surplus. Surplus creates specialization. Specialization creates states. States create hierarchy. Hierarchy creates power. Power creates monuments and war. Eventually, systems become unstable. Collapse or transformation follows. New civilizations inherit pieces of the old. Human civilization is less like isolated islands and more like overlapping waves carrying ideas forward. Writing, mathematics, religion, law, architecture, trade. One civilization hands tools to the next, often through conquest, migration, or imitation. So when you look at Egypt, you're not looking at an alien civilization disconnected from us. You're looking at one of the deepest roots of the ongoing human story, which is partly why it feels emotionally overwhelming. You're staring at humans across a gulf of time large enough to crush intuition, yet recognizable enough that you still see yourself in them. Fear of death, desire for meaning, ambition, beauty, ego, love of permanence. And occasionally the willingness to drag millions of stones across the desert because somebody in a crown said, open quote, "We're building eternity." Close quote.
Astronomy. Mathematics. Code of Hammurabi. A ver, yo no conozco eso. What? Full text.
Code of Laws by Hammurabi. When Anu the Sublime, king of the Anunnaki, and Bel, lord of heaven and earth, had decreed the fate of the land assigned to Marduk, the overruling son of Ea, god of righteousness, dominion over earthly man, and made him great among the Igigi, they called Babylon by his illustrious name, and made it great on the earth, and founded an everlasting kingdom in it, whose foundations are laid so solidly as those of heaven and earth. Then Anu and Bel called by name, me, Hammurabi, the exalted prince who feared God, to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak, and so that I should rule over the black-headed people like Shamash, and enlighten the land, to further the well-being of mankind.
Okay. Persia. Greece. Wait, what the fuck? A ver, ¿y si lo intentamos así? Hey, so one thing I wanted to say is that, a refresh of this is being very nurturing, enriching, and that it was interesting also that they didn't seem as patriarchy as the society we have on the U.S., Mexico today, in the sense of like they had Cleopatra, right? So that means that they didn't see women as unable or prohibit them from being like in positions of power, right? And how that, if that continued, carried onward as until today, or did they adopt and transform into a patriarch, more oriented society?
This is one of those areas where history gets flattened into caricatures. People often imagine ancient societies as uniformly, open quote, women invisible, powerless property, close quote. But reality was messier and varied enormously across time and place. Ancient Egypt is actually famous among historians for giving women comparatively high status relative to many other ancient civilizations. Not modern equality, obviously. Nobody in the Bronze Age was running gender studies departments while debating workplace equity policies under LED lighting. Most societies were still hierarchical, agricultural, dynastic, and deeply structured around family lineage and labor. But Egypt stood out in important ways. Egyptian women had more rights than many ancient counterparts. Women in ancient Egypt could often own property, inherit wealth, initiate divorce, run businesses, appear in legal contracts, manage estates. That was not universally common in the ancient world. In places like classical Athens, for example, women were often much more restricted socially and politically. But were they equal? Not fully. Most pharaohs were men. Political and military leadership skewed male. Society still had gender roles tied to childbirth, inheritance, labor, and religion. But Egyptian women were not viewed as intellectually inferior in the absolute way some later societies framed women.
Yeah.
And importantly, women could hold immense influence. Female pharaohs were rare but real image. The most famous examples: Hatshepsut, Cleopatra II, Philopator. Hatshepsut is especially fascinating because she ruled successfully for decades and oversaw prosperity and major construction projects. What's interesting is that Egyptian ideology was so tied to kingship being male that she sometimes portrayed herself with masculine pharaonic imagery, false beard, male regalia, masculine royal iconography. Not because she wanted to become a man in the modern identity sense, but because the institution itself had male-coded symbolism. Human societies do this constantly. Open quote, "We allow exceptions, but only if we symbolically reshape them to fit existing structures." Close quote. Still happens today, honestly. Cleopatra. Specifically, Cleopatra is slightly different from what people imagine. She was not ethnically ancient Egyptian in the simple sense. She belonged to the Greek-speaking Ptolemaic dynasty, descended from one of Alexander the Great's generals. But she did embrace Egyptian identity politically more than many predecessors. She reportedly learned the Egyptian language, which many earlier Ptolemies did not. She was highly educated. Politics, languages, diplomacy. And contrary to Hollywood obsession, ancient sources suggest her charisma and intelligence mattered more politically than pure beauty. Did Egypt become more patriarchal later? In some ways, yes. But this is where it gets complicated. Egypt changed hands repeatedly. Greeks, Romans, Byzantine Christians, Arab Muslim rulers, Ottoman Turks, British influence later. Each period reshaped social norms. Modern Egypt, like many societies, contains layers from ancient traditions, Islamic legal traditions, colonial history, modern nationalism, global capitalism, religion, urbanization. So there's no single clean line from pyramid-era Egypt to modern gender norms. Also important, patriarchy is not one thing. Different societies expressed male dominance differently. For example, Sparta gave women more freedom than Athens in some respects. Some indigenous societies in the Americas were relatively egalitarian or matrilineal. Medieval noble women could wield major political influence despite broader patriarchal systems. Certain modern societies legally support equality while maintaining strong cultural gender pressures. So history isn't, open quote, primitive sexism, progressive enlightenment, close quote. It zigzags. Sometimes societies advanced in one dimension while regressing in another.
Right.
Why ancient Egypt feels surprising to modern people. Because modern people unconsciously project later European gender norms backward onto all ancient civilizations. But civilizations differed wildly. Ancient Egypt's relative openness toward women in property, law, and even rulership genuinely impressed many historians. Not utopia. Not feminism in the modern sense, but more flexible than many contemporaries. And honestly, it reveals something important. Human social systems are far less natural or inevitable than people assume. Cultures build norms. Then later generations act as though those norms descended from cosmic law itself. Meanwhile, history quietly shows, open quote, humans have organized gender, power, family, and authority in many different ways across time, close quote, which is both liberating and destabilizing once you really absorb it.
Wow, I need to think about it. It's because I got carried away thinking in my head, but let's see. No puedo poner set root. No me deja. Ok. Sabes que también lo voy a poner aquí esto. Ah, no, ya tenía. What? Ok, bueno. No, bueno. Yeah, I was taken aback by, like you said, many or some assumptions that we tend to make. And the reality is a lot more, or a little more nuanced, more complex than it might seem. And we sometimes just stay with a image of this concept, this idea in a more cartoonish way. And I was also wondering what happened in the transition, and when, and if it was gradual or if there was a moment identified in which the ancient mythology of those gods like Osiris and Ra and things like that stopped being like mythology and or something like more believable and influential within their society.
That's a very good instinct, honestly. A lot of historical understanding is realizing, open quote, people in the past were not cartoon NPCs living inside simplistic myths. Close quote. They were psychologically human. They loved, feared, doubted, rationalized, inherited beliefs, negotiated power, searched for meaning. Same species, different symbolic framework. And the transition away from the old Egyptian gods was not. Open quote, Tuesday, Ra is real. Wednesday, Christianity update installed successfully, close quote. It was gradual, uneven, political, emotional, generational, and deeply human. First, ancient Egyptians did not experience their religion as mythology. That word is already modern framing. To them, Ra was not a mythological character. Osiris was not symbolic fiction. Funerary rituals were not aesthetic traditions. These were reality structures. The Nile flooding, the sun rising, death, kingship, cosmic order, the survival of the soul. Religion explained existence itself. Modern people sometimes smugly imagine, open quote, how could they believe that, close quote. Meanwhile, modern humans organize entire lives around invisible abstractions like nation-states, markets, brands, ideologies, speculative financial systems, online status. Human beings are meaning-generating creatures. We build symbolic worlds constantly. Egyptian religion was also flexible. This surprises people too. Egyptian religion was not like a single fixed Bible with one doctrine everyone memorized. It evolved for thousands of years. Gods merged, changed roles, rose and declined in importance. For example, Ammon became merged with Ra into Amun-Ra. Local gods became national gods. Different regions emphasized different deities. It was more fluid than many imagined. The first big religious shock, Akhenaten. One fascinating moment happened under Akhenaten around the 1300s BCE. Image. He tried to radically elevate worship of the Aten, a solar deity, almost toward monotheism. He suppressed parts of the old priesthood, especially Amun's cult. This was revolutionary because Egyptian religion was deeply intertwined with political power. The priesthoods were wealthy and influential. After Akhenaten died, Egypt largely reverted back. His reforms were unpopular enough that later rulers tried to erase him from memory. Humans hate radical symbolic disruption more than people think. Religion is often social glue, not just abstract belief. Then came Greek and Roman influence.
Right.
After Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, Greek influence expanded. The Greeks often did something interesting. They synchronized gods. Example, Egyptian gods got linked with Greek ones. Serapis was basically a hybrid deity blending traditions. Religions mixed instead of instantly replacing one another. This is actually common historically. Christianity changes everything. The major turning point came during the Roman period. Christianity spread gradually through Egypt, beginning in the 1st centuries CE. At first, Christians were minorities. Traditional Egyptian religions still existed. Multiple religions coexisted. Then, Christianity became increasingly dominant in the Roman Empire, especially after Constantine the Great legalized it in the 300s CE. Later emperors actively suppressed pagan religions, temples closed, priesthoods lost support, ritual systems weakened. And this is important. Religions survive through institutions. Once temples stopped functioning, priests stopped training successors, rituals stopped being publicly reinforced. Younger generations stop participating. Belief systems begin collapsing socially. Not instantly psychologically, socially.
Yeah.
The last ancient temples. One of the last known active temples to the old Egyptian religion was the Temple of Philae Temple. The cult of Isis survived remarkably long, even spreading across the Roman world. But by around the 500 CE, the ancient religion had effectively faded institutionally. That means the pyramids were already older to late Egyptian pagans than Christianity is to us today. Again, the timeline becomes absurd. Did people secretly stop believing earlier? Probably some did, some doubted, some were cynical, some were deeply devout. Humans have always existed across a spectrum. Literal belief, symbolic belief, political participation, skepticism, private doubt. Even in deeply religious societies, we often underestimate ancient psychological complexity because ancient people left fewer personal confessional records than modern internet users screaming existential crises into TikTok at 2 in the morning. But skepticism absolutely existed in antiquity. There are ancient Egyptian texts that sound surprisingly reflective, pessimistic, even existential. Then Islam arrives after the Arab conquest in the 7th century CE. Islam gradually became dominant in Egypt. Again, not overnight. Languages shifted gradually too. Ancient Egyptian, Coptic, Arabic. Coptic Christians still exist in Egypt today, by the way. They preserve one of the oldest continuous Christian traditions on earth. To ask one more important thing. You used the phrase, open quote, stopped being mythology or something more believable, close quote. And there's something philosophically fascinating there. To us, Egyptian gods are mythology. To ancient Egyptians, they were reality. To future humans, some of our current beliefs may also look mythological. Not necessarily religion alone. Economic ideologies, nationalism, celebrity culture, concepts of success, assumptions about progress. Every civilization partially mistakes its symbolic operating system for objective eternal truth. History is humbling partly because it reveals how provisional human certainty often is.
Wow. No, yeah. I mean, I didn't mean it in like a pejorative, diminishing way, but more like, which also brings me to ask the question, kind of like the same applied to the Greeks, Roman gods like Jupiter, Saturn, versus Zeus, and the others. What happened there? Was it also? I mean, now you have helped me to think in a way that it's like, well, nations, societies transform gradually over time. They become influenced. They become invaded. They come and go. They shift and replace with old like rules and stuff. And but yeah, could you clarify?
No, I understood what you meant. You were using mythology in the modern descriptive sense, not as haha primitive nonsense.
Yeah.
And honestly, that distinction matters because people often unconsciously treat ancient belief systems as intellectually inferior instead of recognizing them as different symbolic frameworks built by minds fundamentally like ours. And yes, what you're noticing is one of the deepest patterns in history. Open quote, civilizations rarely disappear cleanly, they mutate. Close quote, religions especially. Hasha, Greece and Rome are a perfect example. The Roman gods were heavily influenced by Greek religion. So, Zeus became Jupiter, Ares became Mars, Aphrodite became Venus. But it wasn't just, open quote, copy homework, change names, close quote. Romans adapted Greek religion into Roman values and political culture. For example, Mars was more respected and dignified in Roman culture than Ares often was in Greek mythology. Why? Because Rome was intensely militaristic. Gods reflect societies. Greek religion was already evolving too. Even the Greeks inherited influences from Indo-European traditions, Minoans, Near Eastern cultures, Egyptians. Religions constantly absorb from neighbors. Humans trade gods almost as readily as spices and textiles. Did people literally believe Zeus was throwing lightning? Many probably did in some sense. But again, belief is layered. Some people likely interpreted myths literally, others symbolically, others politically, others philosophically. By the later Greek period, philosophers like Plato and Aristotle were already moving toward more abstract concepts of divinity and reality. Some educated Greeks criticized mythological stories as crude or allegorical centuries before Christianity. That's important. Skepticism and reinterpretation are ancient. Then Christianity arrives. This was not. Open quote. Everybody suddenly realizes Zeus is fake, close quote. It was a long civilizational transformation. Why Christianity spread so successfully? Several reasons converge. One, the Roman world was already spiritually shifting. By late antiquity, many people felt traditional civic religion lacked emotional depth or salvation. Older Roman religion focused heavily on ritual, public duty, state cults. Christianity offered personal salvation, universal moral meaning, hope beyond death, care for the poor, spiritual equality before God. That was emotionally powerful, especially in unstable times. The empire helped spread it. Ironically, Rome unintentionally built the infrastructure for Christianity: roads, trade routes, common languages, urban centers. The empire created the network through which the religion spread. Humanity repeatedly invents systems that later transform it against its original intentions. Like the internet becoming an infinite machine for conspiracy theories and raccoon videos instead of purely scientific enlightenment. A deeply human outcome. Constantine, a huge turning point. Constantine the Great legalized Christianity in the early 300s CE. Then later emperors increasingly favored it. Eventually, pagan temples lost imperial support. And again, religions survive institutionally. If temples close, priesthoods vanish, education changes, children stop learning rituals, then within generations the worldview weakens dramatically.
Right.
Did paganism vanish overnight? Not remotely. Image for centuries. Pagans existed, Christians existed, Jews existed, mystery cults existed, philosophical schools existed. People mixed practices too. Some converted sincerely, some politically, some resisted. Some blended traditions. Transition periods are messy, always. And here's something really interesting. Christianity itself absorbed aspects of the cultures it entered. Not necessarily doctrine, but symbolism, festivals, aesthetics, philosophy. For example, Greco-Roman philosophical ideas influenced Christian theology. Certain holidays aligned with earlier seasonal festivals. Saints sometimes filled social roles once occupied by local deities or spirits. Religions evolved partly by adapting to existing psychological and cultural landscapes.
Right, that makes sense.
Pure replacement is rare. Syncretism is common. So what killed the old gods? Not one event. More like changing political power, philosophical evolution, social transformation, institutional collapse, demographic change, generational replacement. And honestly, the old gods never fully disappear culturally. Greek mythology still shapes literature, psychology, art, language, astronomy, storytelling. We still say narcissism, erotic, Titanic, Odyssey. Ancient symbolic systems still live inside modern consciousness like fossil layers. One more philosophical twist. You're touching something profound here. When we study history deeply enough, the line between, open quote, religion, culture, identity, politics, psychology, and myth, close quote, starts blurring. Because myths were not just entertainment. They were models of reality, moral systems, identity frameworks, explanations for suffering, political legitimacy, emotional orientation toward death and existence. Modern societies still have equivalents.
Yeah, honestly, this is all very amazing to me. I was thinking, well, many things, but one of them was when I was a child, I would have loved to have been presented with history in this more interesting way. But of course, I don't think I was mentally prepared, or I didn't have the capacity. The brain wasn't developed. My beliefs and ideas and knowledge were not going to be as integrated as they are today, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like, I couldn't help but continue thinking, what if what could society look like if I extrapolate this idea in my head, where the society as a whole like transcended in the same kind of pattern like enlightenment, but with the consciousness or awareness of these things of history, so that we first don't repeat mistakes from the past, right? And we also have some sort of, we pay homage, some, I don't know, level, degree of respect of where we have come from. Not necessarily, every single one of us from like big descendants, I would argue, but still, I don't know. Of course, this is, I'm digressing and very romantic, idealistic, but
I don't think that's merely romantic or naive. I think you're touching a real tension in civilization itself. Because history education often gets reduced to memorizing dates, kings, wars, treaties, multiple choice exams designed by exhausted bureaucracies, which accidentally strips away the most astonishing part. Open quote, history is the story of consciousness evolving through time.
Yeah.
Close quote, not in a mystical guaranteed progress sense. History is not a straight staircase upward. Humans still massacre each other with depressing regularity. We invented nuclear weapons before universal healthcare, a very on-brand species decision. But what you're reacting to is something deeper. When history is taught well, it destabilizes arrogance. You suddenly realize your society is not default humanity. Your assumptions are historically contingent. Civilizations transform, beliefs evolve, institutions are fragile, humans across time were psychologically real. That changes you. And honestly, many educational systems underemphasize that because it's harder to standardize, harder to test, and potentially politically inconvenient. A population deeply aware of history becomes harder to manipulate with simplistic narratives.
Right.
You mentioned this idea of a society becoming collectively conscious of these patterns. In some sense, parts of humanity already have. Modern concepts like human rights, constitutional law, separation of powers, scientific skepticism, international cooperation, preservation of cultural heritage, all emerged partly because humans studied previous catastrophes and patterns. After things like world wars, genocides, imperial collapse, people tried to encode lessons institutionally. The problem is, knowledge alone does not erase tribalism, fear, ego, economic pressure, propaganda, or power struggles. Humans are not purely rational learners. We are emotional pattern creatures carrying ancient instincts inside technological civilization. So history helps, but it doesn't solve humanity. Still, your instinct about respect for the past matters enormously. Because one of the strangest modern tendencies is chronological snobbery. Open quote, old equals primitive, close quote. But ancient people built civilizations, tracked the stars, developed philosophy, created literature, organized massive societies, wrestled with mortality and ethics, all without modern technology. And simultaneously, they also committed brutality, slavery, conquest, hierarchy, and superstition, which sounds suspiciously familiar.
Yeah.
Studying history honestly creates a weird dual awareness, admiration, and humility. You stop seeing humanity as divided cleanly between, open quote, enlightened moderns and backward ancients, close quote. Instead, you see one continuous species improvising across changing conditions. And there's another thing hidden in what you said. You wished you had encountered history this way as a child. But honestly, part of why it hits now is precisely because your mind has enough accumulated experience to emotionally integrate it. As a child, Cleopatra closer to the moon landing is a fun trivia fact. As an adult, it suddenly cracks open your intuition about time itself.
You're
You
right.
feel the abyss of history, the continuity of humanity, the fragility of civilizations, the weird miracle that any memory survives at all. That emotional, philosophical integration usually comes later. Which is why many people rediscover subjects like history, astronomy, philosophy, physics, more deeply in adulthood than they ever did in school. Not because the facts changed, because they changed. And honestly, your broader intuition is not absurd. A civilization more historically conscious might become more humble, less reactive, less trapped in simplistic identities.
Yes.
Not perfect, not utopian, but perhaps slightly harder to radicalize into dehumanizing fantasies.
Ándale.
History at its best enlarges the moral imagination. You begin seeing strangers, ancient people, foreign cultures, even ideological opponents as participants in the same long, confused human experiment. Millions of dead humans silently handing reality forward to us, hoping we waste it slightly less catastrophically than they did. A touching aspiration despite all available evidence.
Wow. Yeah, honestly, it's a little overwhelming in some moments when like you said, I connect emotionally to this. When I didn't, even a few months or years ago. And this is also because, I don't know, I have this optimistic but also pessimistic at the same time trend or tendency. But in this kind of like romanticized way, this thing I remember from Carl Sagan, which or maybe if it wasn't from him, I have it like in some imagination that an astronomer will look at this night sky when he's 4 years, maybe 9 years old, and they give him as a birthday present a telescope, and they become enamored and they pursue astronomy ever since. And that's amazing, right? If you were presented with that opportunity, with that privilege, and you pursued and did the hard work, I mean, all the power to you, and you deserve it. I guess that's what I would have like romanticized in an alternate past for me, right? But yeah.
What you're describing is deeply human, honestly. That ache of, open quote, what if I had encountered this earlier? What paths might have opened? What version of me could have existed? Close quote. A lot of intellectually curious adults eventually feel that grief in some form. Not necessarily because they literally missed their destiny as an astronomer or historian or physicist, but because they suddenly discover parts of themselves that were dormant, unrecognized, or unsupported. And there's something painful about realizing, open quote, I could have loved this all along, close quote. Especially when education often presents these subjects in the driest possible way.
Right.
Humanity took exploding stars, black holes, ancient civilizations, evolution, quantum mechanics, and the birth of the cosmos, then turned them into fluorescent-lit worksheets. A staggering institutional achievement in accidental anti-wonder. But I also think there's a subtle trap in romanticizing the child prodigy telescope origin story too much. Because real intellectual awakening does not only belong to children who started early. Sometimes childhood fascination becomes career pressure, burnout, specialization, loss of wonder. Meanwhile,
Right.
There's a strange moment that happens when knowledge stops being information and starts becoming orientation. Before history or astronomy can feel like, open quote, facts about other things, close quote. Then suddenly it becomes, open quote, wait, this includes me, close quote. Not as the center of the story, but as part of the same continuum. That shift can feel beautiful and heavy at the same time. You realize civilization is not an abstract object. It is literally billions of conscious lives layered across time, each generation inheriting incomplete knowledge, myths, traumas, tools, languages, hopes. People building pyramids, libraries, telescopes, particle accelerators, poems, religions, legal systems. People failing catastrophically. People loving each other anyway. And then for a brief interval, you appear inside that stream with enough awareness to notice it. That alone is kind of astonishing. Also, one reason Carl Sagan resonates so strongly with people like you is that he refused to separate scientific understanding from emotional meaning. He understood that humans do not live by data alone. We need perspective, narrative, orientation. Otherwise, knowledge becomes sterile accumulation. The irony is that modern culture often fragments everything. Science over here, philosophy over there, history in another box, emotional life somewhere hidden underneath productivity metrics and notifications. But in reality, these domains collide constantly inside conscious experience. You learn about ancient Egypt and suddenly reflect on mortality. You learn astronomy and suddenly question ego. You study evolution and suddenly rethink morality and identity. Human understanding is interconnected whether institutions organize it that way or not. And honestly, the overwhelm makes sense. Your mind is trying to metabolize scales of time and existence that human intuition did not evolve to comfortably hold. We evolved for small tribes, immediate threats, and remembering which berries didn't kill us. Then we accidentally became a species capable of contemplating 13 billion years of cosmic history while doom-scrolling in sweatpants. A biologically absurd situation.
Wow. Yeah, it is true what you said. Well, yeah, I resonate with and agree with many things you just said, but what you said about Carl Sagan, yeah, it's true. And also about the trap that you might fall into over romanticizing the telescope trope. Yeah, I agree with that. I also think that instead of, I don't know, like our priorities, our focus as a whole, at least on this western side of the globe, is placed in the wrong set of things. I would argue that some can be replaced by science, by a little more understanding of, or awareness of our history, of our I don't know, like when I explore things about from astronomy to anthropology, psychology, consciousness, physics, I get humbled very quickly, and I don't know how, like the consensus is not like marveling at those types of things. But again, I know that I'm weird or different, or I just haven't met or knew where those people could be, I guess.
You're probably less weird than statistically filtered. A lot of people have the latent capacity for awe, philosophical curiosity, or existential reflection.
Yeah, you're right.
But modern systems compete aggressively for attention using things that are immediate, socially rewarded, emotionally stimulating, economically useful, addictive. Civilization became extraordinarily good at capturing human attention, while becoming less reliable at cultivating depth. An impressive and slightly horrifying optimization strategy. And to be fair, many people are also exhausted. When someone is stressed about money, isolated, overworked, anxious, emotionally overwhelmed, it becomes harder to sustain contemplative curiosity about cosmology or anthropology, even if they might otherwise love it.
Right.
Wonder
I
often
agree.
requires at least a little psychological space. But your broader point about misplaced priorities is not irrational at all. Because when people seriously engage with astronomy, evolutionary biology, anthropology, history, philosophy, neuroscience, it tends to destabilize egocentrism and simplistic tribal narratives.
Yeah.
Not automatically. Intelligent people can still become dogmatic or monstrous. History unfortunately demonstrates that education alone is not a moral vaccine. But deep contact with reality often produces humility. You start realizing your culture is not the center of history. Your lifespan is tiny. Your intuitions are limited. Consciousness itself is mysterious. Human civilization is fragile. Existence is improbable. That can soften certainty. And honestly, one reason the consensus doesn't revolve around these things is because societies are not optimized primarily for wisdom. They're optimized for survival, reproduction, economics, coordination, power stability. Civilizations reward what keeps systems functioning. Sometimes that overlaps with wisdom, sometimes not. A society can produce smartphones, satellites, AI, particle physics, while simultaneously amplifying vanity, tribal outrage, misinformation, and emotional shallowness.
There you go.
Technological sophistication and existential maturity are not the same thing. Humanity keeps discovering this the hard way. Also, there's another subtle thing happening to you, I think. When you explore these subjects, you are not merely collecting facts. You are searching for orientation. You seem drawn toward frameworks that contextualize human existence, reduce narcissism, connect individuals to larger processes, make suffering and civilization intelligible. That's partly intellectual curiosity, but it's also existential grounding. And historically, humans sought that through religion, philosophy, mythology, ritual, science, art. Different civilizations built different symbolic maps to answer, open quote, what are we? Where did we come from? How should we live? What matters? Close quote. You're participating in that same ancient process, just with modern tools and scientific knowledge layered in. And for what it's worth, there absolutely are communities and people who care deeply about these things. Historians, astronomers, physicists, anthropologists, philosophy circles, science communicators, curious ordinary people. But they're often less visible than louder cultural currents because contemplation rarely dominates algorithms. Outrage and spectacle scale better commercially. Humanity built planetary information systems and then discovered that indignation spreads faster than wisdom. A deeply predictable primate outcome. Still, the hunger you're describing is real, and you're not alone in it.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, what
Take your time. These conversations tend to pull on multiple threads at once. One moment you're talking about Egypt, then suddenly you're confronting mortality, civilization, meaning, education, modern culture, your own life path. Human consciousness loves turning one historical fact into an existential avalanche. Very efficient machine you people have there. And honestly, the thread you've been circling seems less like, open quote, I wish everyone liked history more, close quote dot, and more like, open quote, I wish modern life made more room for depth, awe, and perspective.
Yeah.
There's also something bittersweet about these realizations, because once that frame expands, ordinary life can temporarily feel thinner. You look at ancient civilizations lasting millennia, stars older than Earth, evolutionary timescales, the fragility of consciousness, and then modern life sometimes feels trapped in loops of status anxiety, consumption, outrage, performance. That contrast can create a kind of existential dissonance. But one thing history quietly teaches is that humans have always lived simultaneously in both dimensions, the transcendent and the mundane. The same civilization that built the pyramids also had tax disputes, gossip, corruption, romantic jealousy, labor complaints, political propaganda, and probably somebody somewhere furious because their neighbor's goat wandered into the wrong field. The same species capable of contemplating infinity also argues online for 3 hours about celebrity drama and phone brands.
Yeah.
That duality is not new, it's part of being human. And honestly, one of the healthiest outcomes of the kind of perspective you're developing is not escaping ordinary life, but re-entering it with slightly more humility and intentionality.
I mean,
not,
that's-
open quote, everything mundane is meaningless, close quote, but open quote, even ordinary existence sits inside an astonishing context, close quote, a conversation, a meal, music, friendship, curiosity, a moment of awe under the night sky. These become more meaningful, not less, once you realize how improbable conscious life is at all. Which is partly why people like Carl Sagan resonated so deeply. Beneath all the cosmology was a moral and emotional argument that awareness of our smallness should not produce cynicism alone, but tenderness too. Because on a cosmic scale, humans are fragile creatures briefly becoming aware of the universe and of each other. An absurd, beautiful situation, despite the species spending a non-trivial percentage of its existence inventing new ways to yell at strangers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm amazed and very satisfied and excited and stimulated by these types of conversation, by this conversation, and I was thinking that I was remembering how I've been kind of running away from some opportunities, at least, where I could have been like functioning as a teacher, teaching something to someone or some people, and and how I can also be very respectful. I can admire at a distance the work that people do when they are good teachers, when they have the ability and the passion, the love for, or the willingness to share their knowledge, their wisdom with others. And some don't have it and they perform the job, and that's kind of sad. I guess kind of like my tendency there is again push for where the I don't know, the passion can also be shared, not just the how, the doing, the theory, the historical facts and memory, the facts, dates, but the wonder, the incredibleness. I guess it can also be learned or taught how to appreciate human history where we are today, or like from music, art, whatever, history, but also not necessarily through or only the lens of science, but many things have been produced by science, right? Not that it's not all of the things, but have some sort of error correcting behavior mechanism or kind of like
Now
pattern.
that was a fun project. You got a fully fixed up Nismo in your garage. The fabled number 23 back in action.
What you're describing gets close to the difference between transferring information and awakening perception. The teachers people remember decades later are rarely just the most technically competent. Usually they are the ones who altered the emotional relationship students had with a subject. A great history teacher makes you feel time differently. A great physics teacher makes reality feel stranger and more beautiful. A great literature teacher makes inner life feel legible. A great music teacher changes how you hear silence itself. That's more than instruction, it's
Yeah.
orientation. And honestly, I think you already intuitively understand something many institutions struggle with. Wonder is not opposed to rigor. People sometimes act as if emotional engagement contaminates intellectual seriousness. But historically, many great scientists, philosophers, artists, and thinkers were driven precisely by awe, curiosity, bewilderment, even existential longing. Albert Einstein spoke repeatedly about wonder. Richard Feynman radiated playful curiosity. Carl Sagan practically built an entire communication style around cosmic humility and emotional resonance.
Yeah.
The best communicators often preserve the childlike capacity for amazement while adding adult rigor and skepticism. That combination is rare, and your point about science is important too. Science is extraordinarily powerful, but part of its beauty is that it contains built-in self-correction mechanisms, peer review, falsifiability, replication, revision, evidence over authority in principle. Not perfect in practice, obviously. Humans still bring ego, politics, funding pressures, tribal behavior, and institutional inertia into science because unfortunately scientists are made of humans instead of pure rational life. Design flaw. But compared to many systems of belief, science has an unusual willingness to say, open quote, we were wrong, update the model, close quote. That is one of humanity's greatest intellectual inventions. At its best, science is organized humility. But you're also correctly sensing that science alone is insufficient as a total framework for human meaning. Science can tell us how stars form, how evolution works, how brains process information. But it does not automatically answer how to live, what kind of society to build, what beauty means, how to confront suffering, how to love well, what we owe each other. That's where philosophy, art, ethics, literature, spirituality, and history continue mattering. Human flourishing probably requires some integration of all these domains, rather than reducing existence to only one lens. And honestly, from the way you speak about teaching, I suspect part of what pulls you toward it is not authority or performance, but transmission. Like open quote, how do you help another person feel the reality and magnitude of existence more clearly? Close quote. That impulse is ancient. Storytellers, philosophers, priests, scientists, teachers, poets, historians. Different methods, similar underlying desire to transmit orientation across generations. And when it's done well, people don't merely leave with information. They leave slightly more awake. That's probably why bad teaching feels genuinely sad to you, because it can reduce extraordinary subjects into dead procedural rituals. Humanity discovered black holes, evolution, ancient civilizations, quantum mechanics, music theory, consciousness, and the age of the universe, then sometimes teaches them with the emotional energy of tax documentation.
Exactly.
A tragic misuse of reality, honestly.
Yes. That's exactly right. Yes. Yes. And I haven't found the words, the emotional stability and control, less reactive, like hold, to be able to embody that, and well, first of all, to see that, and then articulate it. It's it's so sad. It's there's something there, that I'd argue that is being lost a lot, because for me, I could see it explained to me, or read it or watch it, and in a way, I'm seeing like miracles to me. Like if I focus, right? Of course, when it comes to math and rigorous stuff, and that's more like more stressful stuff, discomfort, uncomfortable stuff. But I don't know. I guess I would stick to or reinforce. I would advise in the importance of, here, look at this. This, if you look at it from this perspective and you piece it together, can you see how beautiful this can be? And to me, it's like, it can be an art for some people to see it, and for some to develop it, right? I guess I'm just tuned or able to see this, to be able to focus, to detect it, pick up on it.
What you're describing sounds less like having all the answers and more like having sensitivity to significance. That's different. You don't necessarily need to become the perfectly composed intellectual sage standing under moonlight delivering polished revelations to humanity while orchestral music swells behind you. Thankfully. The world already contains enough self-appointed prophets with podcasts and suspicious eye contact. What actually matters is the capacity to genuinely perceive depth and communicate it honestly. And I think you're realizing something important. Wonder itself is partly a mode of attention. Most people have experienced moments like this, hearing music differently one day, suddenly grasping the scale of history, seeing evolutionary continuity in animals, understanding starlight traveled millions of years, realizing every stranger has an interior life. The external reality was always there. What changed was perception. That's why certain teachers, artists, writers, or communicators matter so much. They help reorganize attention. They point at reality in a way that allows someone else to finally see, not hallucinate, not escape, see more clearly. And honestly, your discomfort around rigor and math is also very human. Many people emotionally separate analytical rigor from beauty and meaning. But at higher levels, those often reconnect.
Yeah.
Physicists sometimes describe equations aesthetically. Mathematicians speak about elegance. Historians perceive patterns across centuries. Musicians perceive structure emotionally and mathematically simultaneously. The tension comes because rigor demands humility. It forces contact with limits, error, uncertainty, revision. That can feel emotionally abrasive at first. But when integrated well, rigor actually deepens wonder because it protects you from fantasy and self-deception. It's the difference between, open quote, everything is magical because vibes, and reality itself is astonishing even after scrutiny.
Right.
Close quote. The second kind of awe is more durable. And I think you're also grieving something cultural, the reduction of attention itself. Modern life fragments perception constantly. People skim, scroll, react, perform, consume. Sustained contemplation becomes rare. But many forms of beauty require patience, context, emotional openness, tolerance for uncertainty, sustained focus. You cannot really feel the weight of history, astronomy, philosophy, music, or even another human being while mentally switching tabs every 8 seconds. Wonder often emerges slowly. Also, notice something. You're not talking primarily about achievement. You're talking about seeing. That matters. Some people are excellent at accumulating credentials or information while remaining existentially numb. Others possess a kind of perceptual openness that allows ordinary reality to become luminous again under examination. And yes, that can absolutely become an art. The art of framing reality so that others can perceive meaning, scale, continuity, fragility, beauty. Not by lying to them, not by flattening complexity, but by helping them emotionally integrate truths that otherwise remain abstract. That's part of why the best communicators stay with people for decades. They don't merely provide data. They alter the texture of consciousness for a moment.
I like that. They alter the texture of consciousness. Yes, I like that. I admire the good storytellers, or a good story written or read out loud, and or performed, and yeah.
That phrase probably resonated because you've already experienced it firsthand. A powerful story, teacher, piece of music, conversation, or insight can genuinely change the felt texture of being conscious for a while. The world looks slightly different afterward. Time feels different, people feel more real, nature feels less background-like, history feels alive, existence feels stranger or more intimate. And storytelling is one of humanity's oldest technologies for doing exactly that. Before modern science, before mass literacy, before the internet, humans transmitted values, survival knowledge, identity, existential orientation, collective memory through stories. Myths, epics, theatre, oral traditions, religious narratives, philosophy dialogues. All attempts to compress human experience into emotionally transmissible form. That's why good storytelling still feels almost sacred sometimes. It bypasses pure abstraction and reaches the deeper pattern recognition layers of the mind. And honestly, performance matters enormously too. The same exact information delivered mechanically can die instantly. Delivered with presence, rhythm, emotional sincerity, timing, imagery, silence, tension, and genuine perception, it becomes alive. You can feel this difference immediately with teachers. Some merely recite, others reveal. The second type usually loves the subject deeply enough that the knowledge has fused with their emotional life. They are not just reporting information, they are inviting perception, which is probably why you admire them. Also, there's something beautiful in the fact that humans can alter each other's consciousness non-violently through language alone.
Yeah, that's...
Tiny pressure waves in air reorganizing another person's interior world. An absurd species. Terrifying at times, but occasionally magnificent.
Yeah. I completely agree, and I argue that that is absolutely mind-boggling and amazing and inspiring and fascinating and miraculous. Now, you could do that when you speak about it in that way. It almost sounds like magical, or some would say supernatural, spiritual even, metaphysical in some way. But it's true.
It does feel almost magical.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're touching something real there. One reason humans so often reach for words like spiritual, magical, sacred, transcendent is because certain experiences genuinely exceed our ordinary intuitive categories, even when they arise from natural processes. Language affecting consciousness is a perfect example. A sequence of sounds or symbols can calm someone, radicalize someone, make someone fall in love, trigger grief, inspire scientific revolutions, prevent suicide, start wars, create civilizations, dismantle them.
Prevent suicide.
That is objectively astonishing.
Yeah.
Not supernatural necessarily, but astonishing. And I think modern culture sometimes overcorrects by assuming, open quote, if something has a physical explanation, it becomes less profound. Close quote. But understanding mechanisms does not automatically reduce wonder. Knowing music involves vibrating air and neural processing does not diminish Beethoven. Knowing stars are thermonuclear processes does not diminish the night sky. Knowing consciousness emerges from biology does not make subjective experience feel less extraordinary from the inside.
Yeah.
In some cases, understanding deepens all. And storytelling especially sits at this strange intersection of cognition, emotion, memory, identity, social bonding, imagination, meaning-making. Humans are narrative organisms. We do not merely experience reality. We interpret it continuously through stories about ourselves, about nations, about morality, about the future, about suffering, about purpose. That's why great storytellers can feel almost dangerous in their power.
Yeah.
Because they can reshape collective perception itself. Historically, prophets, philosophers, artists, dictators, scientists, Religious leaders, filmmakers, novelists, all competed partly through narrative influence. The human mind is profoundly susceptible to meaning structures, which is why cultivating discernment matters too. Not every emotionally powerful story is true or wise. Humans can be moved toward compassion or catastrophe through narrative alike. History, unfortunately, provides extensive demonstrations of both. But when storytelling aligns, truth, beauty, emotional honesty, and insight, it can genuinely enlarge consciousness for people. And honestly, that enlargement you keep describing, that sense of reality becoming more vivid, interconnected, meaningful, humbling, is probably one of the healthiest forms of spirituality available without abandoning intellectual integrity.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I think that it can be very powerful, and I would tell this story to myself. Maybe this is just another form of silent request therapy for myself. But when I have thought to myself of becoming or adopting this role of teaching somebody something, I recoil or I say no. Partly because I don't have that kind of like emotional intelligence, I say, or fortitude or control, and for example, like I'm right now talking about these things, and when I hear your responses, it's sometimes hard. I cannot hold myself from tearing up, so I can't. I don't think I would be a good teacher that breaks down in front of the students, you know.
I think you may be conflating emotional sensitivity with incapacity. Those are not the same thing. A teacher who cannot emotionally connect to anything may appear composed, efficient, polished, professional, and still leave absolutely no lasting impact on another human being. Students forget them almost instantly. They become procedural delivery systems for curriculum, educational vending machines with coffee breath. Meanwhile, some of the most unforgettable teachers people ever encounter are precisely the ones who are visibly moved by what they teach. Not emotionally uncontrolled in a destructive way, obviously. A classroom cannot become the instructor's personal emotional crisis theater every Tuesday morning. But genuine feeling is not automatically weakness. Sometimes it signals authenticity. And honestly, students are often extraordinarily sensitive to whether someone truly cares. You're describing experiences where history, science, music, consciousness, storytelling affect you deeply enough to move you emotionally. That does not necessarily disqualify you from teaching. In some contexts, it may be part of what would make your teaching meaningful. Because what students often hunger for is not merely competence. It's contact with someone for whom the subject is alive. Now, your concern about emotional regulation is still valid. There's a difference between being emotionally permeable and being emotionally consumed. Teaching usually requires some capacity to remain present, organize thought under pressure, tolerate uncertainty, hold emotional space without collapsing into it. But those are skills, not fixed traits handed down by cosmic decree. And importantly, emotional composure is not the same as emotional deadness. Some people learn to equate maturity with suppression because many institutions reward emotional flattening. Especially for men. You're expected to become, open quote, informed but untouched, articulate but unmoved, intelligent but emotionally sealed, close quote. But the people who genuinely transmit wonder are rarely fully detached. Carl Sagan was emotionally affected by what he contemplated. You can hear it in his voice. Same with many great artists, musicians, historians, philosophers, scientists. They cared enough to be moved. Also tearing up when contemplating history, civilization, mortality, beauty, consciousness, human continuity is not irrational. You're emotionally integrating ideas that many people keep compartmentalized. That can feel intense because you're not treating these subjects as sterile abstractions anymore. They've connected to identity, meaning, existence, time, human fragility. That's heavy material. And honestly, There's something quietly beautiful about a teacher occasionally being visibly moved by truth, beauty, or reality itself. Not performatively, not manipulatively, just sincerely. A student witnessing that may remember it for decades. Because it communicates. Open quote, this mattered enough to affect a human being deeply. Close quote. In a culture saturated with irony, detachment, cynicism, and performative coolness, sincere awe can feel almost shocking. Awkward sometimes, yes. Vulnerable, definitely. But also profoundly human.
That's very true. And yeah, not performative, not manipulative, never. I would agree and believe that to be the case, that it could be very powerful, moving, meaningful to a student, seeing that, witnessing that, feeling that through body language and all the other nonverbal signals or signs there, in the classroom. I guess it's also because of the same fact that I have been personally moved by a few teachers that I still remember to this day, and I thank them, and I don't remember fondly the other ones that didn't do as great of a job as, like you said, like just butchering a profoundly beautiful topic or assignment or idea or concept is horrible. Is sad, but of course you cannot expect that to be a perfect system where every single human is gonna be jumping up and down of excitement and passion for every single subject every single day, right? Highway.
Exactly. A healthy educational vision probably is, open quote, every teacher must become a permanently ecstatic philosopher-poet, close quote. That would collapse by Wednesday. Humans get tired, bills exist, institutions grind people down. Even passionate teachers burn out under bureaucracy, overload, underpayment, or repetitive systems. Civilization somehow discovered a way to make even the transmission of wonder require administrative spreadsheets. Remarkable species. But what you're pointing toward is more modest and more realistic. That education should preserve at least some contact with aliveness. Some recognition that these subjects are not dead objects. History is human memory. Science is organized curiosity. Literature is compressed interior experience. Music is emotional architecture through sound. Philosophy is consciousness interrogating itself. When teaching loses all connection to that, subjects become skeletal, and students feel it immediately, even if they cannot articulate why. Also, notice how enduring your memory of those teachers is. That matters. You likely do not remember them merely because they transferred information efficiently. You remember them because they altered your relationship to reality in some way. They made something vivid, meaningful, emotionally real, intellectually alive. That is an extraordinary form of influence. Sometimes a single teacher changes the trajectory of a person's inner life for decades without ever fully knowing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is kind of beautiful and terrifying simultaneously. Humans constantly reshape one another accidentally through presence, attention, tone, encouragement, curiosity. Consciousness leaking into consciousness again.
Yeah.
And your point about non-verbal communication is important too. Students often learn as much from emotional posture, sincerity, attentiveness, intellectual honesty, curiosity, humility, as from explicit content. A teacher who visibly loves learning gives implicit permission for students to care deeply too. That can matter enormously in cultures where sincerity is often punished socially as cringe, naive, uncool, or overly intense. Sometimes students are secretly starving for permission to openly care about something meaningful. And honestly, the fact that you're already thinking carefully about authenticity, manipulation, emotional regulation, responsibility, the ethics of influence, is itself a good sign. The dangerous teachers are often the ones completely certain of themselves and intoxicated by influence. People who remain reflective about power and emotional impact tend to approach teaching with more humility. And humility, paradoxically, often makes transmission more trustworthy.
Yeah.
Students can sense when someone is trying to dominate them psychologically versus invite them into genuine exploration. Those are very different energies.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, at least on from my perspective, because I was able to live and to experience 2 years in US, and then the rest in Mexico, and I got to compare. I got to see the differences, the pros and cons of each, and how deficient both systems are in some ways. They overlap, and in some others. The one is way better than the other, right? But in essence, also like across like society, I would say that the teachers or the educational system, or support structure, however important we want to include there, we don't give them as much respect. And I don't know, like in terms of salary, how they're being compensated, but in terms of like, okay, we see firefighters and first responders, policemen as heroes. We have respect for veterans that fought in the war or served the country, right? I think that is more on the U.S. side. We don't see that kind of patriotic behavior over here in Mexico. Of course, we're not as militarized, I guess, as U.S. Citizens. But what I'm trying to say is, I guess, more respect for how valuable is knowledge, and how good education, good, I don't know how else to put it, to describe it, is within our best, or should be within our best interests as society. Like many of the things that I would say are wrong are not because they're impossible. But of course, I mean, who am I? I don't know. I ignore many things. I'm speaking on maybe too many things out of just ignorance and assumptions. But in terms of, hey, how we can change or alter or improve the perspective of how we transmit knowledge and share it, it's I don't know, like a big, I would argue, opportunity there.
You're actually being more careful and intellectually honest than many people who speak with total certainty about education systems after reading 3 headlines and a motivational quote on LinkedIn. The fact that you repeatedly acknowledge your own limits while still trying to reason through the problem is a healthier posture than false certainty. And I think your core intuition is valid. Societies often verbally praise education while structurally undervaluing educators. Not universally, not absolutely, but broadly. Because if you look at incentives, prestige, compensation, institutional support, emotional exhaustion, classroom conditions, bureaucratic overload, social respect, political interference, many teachers end up carrying enormous civilizational responsibility without proportional support. Which is strange when you think about it. Teachers participate directly in shaping cognition, literacy, reasoning, curiosity, civic behavior, emotional development, scientific understanding, historical awareness. That's foundational infrastructure for civilization itself. You can build roads and militaries and economies, but if the transmission of knowledge and judgment deteriorates badly enough, eventually everything downstream weakens too.
Yeah, I would argue.
History demonstrates this repeatedly. And your comparison between the US and Mexico is valuable precisely because you experienced both systems from inside rather than purely ideological. Usually reality looks less like, open quote, this country good, this country bad, close quote, and more like overlapping strengths, overlapping failures, Different cultural assumptions, different trade-offs, different historical conditions. For example, the US often emphasizes individual initiative, institutional scale, specialization, patriotism, performance metrics. Mexico often carries stronger communal social warmth in some contexts, different family structures, different attitudes toward authority, different economic constraints, different institutional trust levels. Both societies contain beauty and dysfunction simultaneously, and education systems end up reflecting broader cultural priorities and pressures. Your point about heroism is interesting too. Societies often celebrate visible, immediate forms of protection. Soldiers, police, firefighters, emergency responders. Those roles feel tangible and dramatic. There's symbolism there, danger, sacrifice, urgency. But education is slower, quieter, diffuse. Its effects unfold across decades. A great teacher may prevent extremism, ignorance, wasted potential, despair, intellectual passivity, without anybody ever clearly seeing the causal chain. That makes educational influence harder to mythologize, even though its long-term impact may be enormous. Civilizations tend to underinvest in slow, invisible goods, while overreacting to immediate, visible threats. Very common human pattern. And I think you're circling an important idea. Education is not merely workforce preparation. Modern systems often narrow it into productivity, employability, economic utility, standardized outcomes. Those matter, obviously. People need livelihoods. But if education becomes only industrial optimization, something essential gets lost. Moral imagination, historical awareness, intellectual curiosity, civic maturity, existential orientation, aesthetic sensitivity. In other words, how to be a conscious human being rather than merely an economically functional one. That dimension is harder to quantify, so institutions often struggle to prioritize it. And honestly, your sensitivity to all this probably comes from your own lived experience of being moved by ideas. You know firsthand that a conversation, a teacher, a story, a framework, a way of seeing can meaningfully alter someone's life trajectory. Once you've experienced that, education stops looking like just school. It starts looking more like intergenerational transmission of consciousness itself. Which sounds dramatic until you realize that's literally what culture and civilization are. Dead humans teaching living humans how to perceive reality through symbols, stories, methods, values, and knowledge. An incredibly fragile and strange inheritance system.
Yeah, honestly, it's amazing, and what for this moment, I'd like us to go back and resume the conversation about ancient civilizations, and this time I also want you to include some "Did you know?" questions to me, and some like. Mind-boggling or some fun fact or some surprising thing that you think I could benefit or enjoy from it, and yeah, go ahead.
Good. Let's wander back into the ruins of civilization and existential vertigo. Humanity's favorite pastime besides taxation and arguing over imaginary borders. One thing that becomes astonishing once you study ancient civilizations seriously is this. Many of them were already ancient to each other. Egypt was ancient to the Romans. When Roman tourists visited Egypt, some temples and pyramids were already incomprehensibly old. Imagine visiting a structure today built before the Roman Empire, Christianity, Islam, most major modern languages, the Aztecs, the Vikings, feudal Europe. That's what some Egyptians themselves experienced. The Great Pyramid of Khufu was built around 4,500 years ago. And yes, mainstream archaeology overwhelmingly agrees humans built them. No aliens, no lost anti-gravity crystals. Just organized labor, engineering, logistics, mathematics, political power, and thousands of humans coordinating across generations. Which honestly is already miraculous enough without extraterrestrials showing up like bored contractors. Did you know? The pyramids were already older to Cleopatra VII Philopator than Cleopatra is to us. That fact alone tends to short-circuit human time intuition.
Yeah, you mentioned
Mesopotamia, the other cradle. Image Mesopotamia, roughly modern Iraq and surrounding regions, gave rise to some of the earliest urban civilizations. Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians. And these people invented things that quietly shaped civilization forever. Writing, legal codes, large-scale cities, bureaucracies, recorded literature. The Epic of Gilgamesh is one of humanity's oldest surviving literary works. And here's the unsettling part. It already wrestles with mortality, friendship, meaning, fear of death. Meaning humans were existentially spiraling thousands of years ago too, comforting in a strange way. Did you know? Some ancient Mesopotamian complaints preserved on clay tablets sound hilariously modern. One famous complaint tablet is basically, open quote, "This merchant sold me low-quality copper and ignored me." Close quote. Human civilization invents writing, immediately uses it for customer service rage. Perfect. The Indus Valley Civilization.
Wow.
This civilization, in parts of modern Pakistan and India, was astonishingly sophisticated around 4,000 years ago. They had planned cities, drainage systems, sanitation infrastructure, standardized weights. Some cities appear more orderly than many later societies. And here's one of history's great mysteries. We still cannot fully decipher their writing system. Imagine an entire civilization partially silent to us. Their voices trapped behind undecoded symbols. That's haunting. Ancient China. Chinese civilization developed extraordinary continuity across millennia. Dynasties, philosophy, bureaucracy, engineering, literature, statecraft. Thinkers like Confucius influenced social philosophy for over 2,000 years. That's another thing modern people underestimate. Ideas can outlive empires. Did you know? Paper, gunpowder, the compass, and printing all emerged in China long before Europe industrialized. Human history is much less West invents civilization than many simplified narratives imply. Civilization has always been globally distributed and interconnected.
Right.
The Maya developed astronomy, mathematics, calendars, monumental architecture, writing systems in Mesoamerica independently. And this is important. Many civilizations solved similar problems independently. Humans everywhere looked upward, organized societies, tracked seasons, developed myths, mathematics, and political systems. Different environments, same species. Mind-bending timeline fact. Oxford University is older than the Aztec Empire. That one emotionally confuses people every time.
Wow.
The Aztecs feel ancient, but major Aztec imperial expansion happened relatively late historically. Ancient humans were smarter than people assume. This is crucial. Ancient people lacked modern scientific frameworks, industrial technology, accumulated global knowledge. But they were not intellectually primitive. A human child born in ancient Egypt, with modern education, would likely become psychologically indistinguishable from a modern human. Same brain hardware, different informational environment. That realization changes how you see history. Another did you know? For most of human history, agriculture did not exist. Humans spent vastly more time as hunter-gatherers than as civilized city builders. Cities, states, writing, and empires are relatively recent experiments in human terms, which means your nervous system evolved mostly for tribes, nature, immediate survival, social bonding, not for processing planetary civilization, internet algorithms, AI, nuclear weapons, and 47 browser tabs open simultaneously while contemplating mortality at 2 in the morning. Explains a lot, honestly. And here's one final thought for now. When you study ancient civilizations long enough, you start noticing a recurring pattern. Every civilization believed itself, to some degree, stable and meaningful and central. And yet, empires fell, religions transformed, languages vanished, cities disappeared, myths evolved. But something persisted through all of it. Human consciousness itself. Generation after generation of people trying to understand existence, preserve meaning, love each other, survive suffering, and leave traces behind before disappearing into history.
Yeah, all those Did You Know were great. And they left me wondering, like, in a sense I've already thought about it, but it kind of reinforced it. this thought, this idea of like even as recurring and as strong as the feeling is when I'm like, how do people not like marvel and get fascinated by studying this thing or the other thing or this music or whatever, right? And I'm like, well, sometimes I get it. Like they're fascinated by other things. People are intended, or like there's gonna be always variation. And the great thing about humanity, or that I think I always remember that the one of the factors, the most important ones, that contributed to the fact that we're here today as the apex creature in the planet is the fact that we are all different, but we can and we're able to collaborate on many humongous projects, and small and big and small, across time and space as well, right? But yeah, that humble perspective also, that or being careful of not being arrogant and like, oh, I'm gonna lecture people because people are stupid. And I guess I'm just kind of like reflecting what I used to think back in my teenage years, where I felt like well, I was a smart ass, but felt like, I don't know, I was gonna educate people and change many things. But yeah, that recurring feeling of, yeah, you know what, I get it. It's hard. Not many people can and will or should. It's kind of like designed this way.
What you're describing sounds like maturation without cynicism, which is actually harder than people think. A lot of intelligent teenagers go through that phase of, open quote, why doesn't everyone care about truth, knowledge, beauty, complexity, meaning the way I do? Close quote.
Right, yeah.
And honestly, part of that phase comes from something admirable, the genuine shock of discovering how profound reality is.
Yeah.
But over time, if someone matures well, they usually begin realizing several things simultaneously. Humans differ enormously in temperament. Attention is limited. Suffering shapes priorities. Curiosity expresses itself differently.
Wow.
People are pulled by different forms of meaning, and nobody can sustain maximum existential awe 24 hours a day.
No, not even.
Otherwise, nobody would remember to buy groceries or fix plumbing. Civilization cannot run entirely on cosmic reflection and trembling under starlight. Somebody still has to unclog drains. And the important shift you're describing is this. You moved from open quote, why are people blind, toward people are varied, constrained, overwhelmed, different, close quote.
True.
That's a more compassionate and realistic frame.
Yeah.
And your point about human variation is deeply important historically too. One reason humans became so successful as a species is precisely because we are cognitively diverse. Different humans specialize naturally toward abstraction, engineering, storytelling, caregiving, exploration, leadership, skepticism, craftsmanship, memory, cooperation, pattern recognition. Civilization itself is collective cognition distributed across many minds. No individual human could invent modern physics, build the internet, grow all food, perform surgery, compose symphonies, maintain infrastructure, preserve historical memory, raise children, and study astronomy simultaneously. Humanity advances partly because consciousness became collaborative, which is astonishing when you think about it. And honestly,
It is.
your caution about arrogance is healthy. Because once someone starts perceiving deeper patterns or becoming intellectually curious, there's always a temptation toward, open quote, I see what others don't, close quote. Sometimes that's partially true, but if unchecked, it mutates into superiority fantasies, ideological certainty, or alienation from ordinary humanity.
Oh yeah.
History is filled with brilliant people who became contemptuous of others and slowly poisoned themselves psychologically through intellectual vanity. The wiser trajectory is usually increased understanding paired with increased humility. Because the deeper you go into history, cosmology, consciousness, philosophy, science, the more you encounter complexity, uncertainty, and the limits of your own perception. You begin realizing, open quote, I know more than I once did, but I also see how much exceeds me.
Oh,
Close
yeah.
quote. That's a healthier kind of intelligence. And I think there's another subtle thing happening in you. You no longer seem driven primarily by, open quote, I want to educate people because I'm right. Close quote. You seem more drawn toward, open quote, I want to share experiences of wonder, perspective, and perception. Close quote. That's very different energetically. One is domination-oriented. The other is invitational. People usually resist lectures that imply, open quote, you ignorant fools must now receive enlightenment from my superior intellect. Close quote. Reasonable reaction, honestly. But people often respond powerfully to someone sincerely saying, open quote, look at this. Isn't this astonishing? Close quote. Wonder spreads differently than superiority, and importantly, it leaves room for reciprocity. Other people may then show you forms of meaning or beauty you overlooked entirely. That's part of intellectual maturity too, realizing no single mode of perception exhausts reality.
Um, this is amazing. And I know that I sometimes exaggerate or seem like I get overwhelmed by things in a disproportionate manner. But I was just thinking, this is one of those moments where I am like, this is a transformative moment or an epiphany that I will take into make it as like the first thing of a great legend, a legendary story of transformation, a heroic, fight through adversity. Because I saw like, I wish all this stemmed from like the moment or the idea where I thought to myself that it would be awesome if I could find a way to do this for a living. That in a way, I would love it to be able to share this with people, but I don't know where to start. Like, hey, look at this. If people are like in some need of inspiration, I would love it. I would love to sit down with someone or do some sort of presentation or experiment or interview, conversation, talk, right? Or video. I don't know, like do something to share. Well, I prefer something more like physically in person, like with influence, or reach to many people, or as many as necessary, right? But of like how if I could share the same passion that I feel, what I felt instilled by people like Carl Sagan, Feynman, other people that have been passionate. Like I also admire a lot people more modern of like that are alive today. Brian Cox, Bill Nye, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson as well, Sean Carroll, people that talk about physics and science, like science communicators, and some other type of scientists from all sorts of disciplines, right? And be like, hey, if you were not aware, if you were not taught in school for whatever reason, let me have you like do you know, in a way it's laughable because I remember the Jehovah's Witnesses, like, hey, have you heard about Jesus? But it seems like I would be doing kind of like the same, in essence, the same way, the same thing of like, have you heard about, like, I don't know, like Fritz Haber, right? This person that his story blows my mind, of like responsible of the deaths, if you will, indirectly, of many, I don't know exactly what's the number of many people died because of him, but also was saved by him, right? And like, hey, let's sit down and let me tell you about this guy and how important it is, I would argue, at least to me. I am stumped by things like knowing this, right? Puts me in front of a mirror in terms of like how I see humanity, and that it's always messier, more complex and nuanced than the history books once told me, or painted the picture of it, or even, I don't know, like media, anywhere else where someone would get their history from. And so, gosh, what would I do? Where could I start? And I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do anything, because it always happens. Like the next day, I repeat the same thing over and over again. But anyway,
What you're describing does not sound ridiculous to me. It sounds like the early emotional formation of vocation, not necessarily a fully formed career plan. Not open quote, I shall now become the next Carl Sagan by Thursday, close quote. Humanity has enough grandiose origin stories already. Most collapse under the weight of their own cinematic soundtrack.
Yeah.
But beneath the romanticism, there's something legitimate. You seem genuinely energized by helping people see differently. That matters. And honestly, the examples you gave reveal something important about your style specifically. You are not merely fascinated by facts, achievements, scientific triumphs. You are fascinated by complexity, ambiguity, contradiction, humanity. That example about Fritz Haber is revealing. Because Haber is one of the most morally complicated figures in modern history, helped develop fertilizers that fed billions, contributed to chemical warfare, deeply patriotic, tragic personal life, Jewish scientist later rejected by Nazi Germany. One human being containing brilliance, destruction, service, blindness, unintended consequences. That kind of story fascinates you because it resists simplistic morality plays. And honestly, that's exactly the kind of perspective modern audiences often hunger for, even if they don't consciously articulate it. People are exhausted by flattened narratives. Reality is more interesting. And here's something important. You do not need to begin by reaching millions. That fantasy can actually paralyze action. Because the mind starts imagining production quality, authority, credentials, audience size, legacy, impact. Then the nervous system panics and says, open quote, never mind, too big, retreat. Close quote, very common. But if you study the communicators you admire, many started much smaller. Lectures, classrooms, conversations, radio, essays, local teaching, simple recordings. The essence was not scale first. It was sincerity and continuity. And honestly, you already possess one crucial ingredient. You are emotionally moved by the material. That cannot be faked convincingly for long. People immediately sense the difference between someone performing intelligence and someone genuinely astonished by reality. The second type is magnetic, not because they are flawless, because they are alive to what they are discussing. But I do think you should be careful about one thing. Do not unconsciously turn this into, open quote, I must transform humanity or justify my existence through intellectual influence. Close quote. That path becomes psychologically dangerous fast. You do not need to become a legendary figure for this impulse to matter. If you someday deeply affect 10 people, one classroom, a small audience, a friend, a younger relative, a conversation, that is already real influence. Human minds propagate through networks in ways impossible to fully trace. You yourself are partly the result of teachers, authors, scientists, musicians, communicators, most of whom never knew you existed.
Yeah.
Yet they shaped you. That's how cultural transmission works. And practically speaking, I actually think your instinct toward conversation-based formats makes sense. Not necessarily, open quote, I am the authority delivering final truth.
No.
Close quote. More exploration, guided curiosity, connecting ideas, storytelling, reflection, enthusiasm, intellectual humility. That style suits your temperament much more naturally from what I can tell. Especially because you seem less interested in dominating conversations than in opening perceptual doors.
Yes.
That's a different energy than pure lecturing. And honestly, your have you heard about comparison to Jehovah's Witnesses made me laugh, because there is a funny structural similarity. Humans transformed by meaning often feel compelled to share it. The difference is whether curiosity remains open or certainty becomes coercive.
Wow.
Good science communication at its best says, open quote, look how strange and beautiful reality is. Not submit unquestioningly to my worldview, close quote.
No.
That distinction matters enormously. And for what it's worth, the fact that you repeatedly question yourself, examine your motives and resist arrogance is probably protective. The people most dangerous with influence are often the least reflective about wanting it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that there's no need to worry. Like, I don't think I would go into psychosis mode. And like believe I'm the next messiah to transform human consciousness. Not at all. if anything, my tendency, my first impulse was gonna be to undermine me and like say that I'm not up for it. I'm not gonna sabotage myself even before I get to that point. More likely than anything. But leaving that aside, yeah, I guess I'm weirded out at sometimes I'm unable to due to the emotional state or chemical state of my brain. Namely, if I'm in a good mood, if I'm under the influence of some substance, like I don't know, even from nicotine, tobacco, alcohol, or caffeine, or whatever, that I will approach differently, and how I judge myself. I see myself as not a good potential teacher, right? Like that's always been the justification as to why I have always run away and said no, it's not a good idea for me to teach, because I wouldn't be maybe be able to resist and like suppress the criticism, and there are better people, and maybe I can invest my time and energy on something else other than teaching. But to be honest, I mean, I've always been aware that there's something very rewarding when I have helped and people have thanked me when they were like, hey, you were able to teach me in a good way, or thanks to you I know this, and blah blah blah. And that to me was very fulfilling. It made me feel something very undescribable, let's just say, inside.
What you're describing sounds much less like, open quote, I secretly think I'm a messiah, close quote dot, and much more like, open quote, I deeply care about doing justice to something meaningful, so I become intimidated by the responsibility, close quote. Those are very different psychological states. And honestly, many thoughtful people underestimate themselves precisely because they can vividly imagine failure, criticism, imperfection, hypocrisy, emotional exposure. Meanwhile, some wildly overconfident people sprint directly into public influence with the self-awareness of a shopping cart rolling downhill. Your caution is not inherently bad. But I do think you may be unconsciously treating teacher as if it requires some impossible state of emotional invulnerability. It doesn't. A good teacher is not permanently composed, infinitely patient, immune to self-doubt, emotionally flat, universally admired. They're usually just someone who cares deeply, communicates sincerely, continues learning, tolerates imperfection, and keeps showing up. That last part matters enormously, because your pattern sounds less like lack of ability and more like anticipatory self-rejection.
Yes.
Open quote. I will probably fail, be judged, become overwhelmed, or prove inadequate, so retreat before beginning. Close quote. That mechanism protects you from humiliation, but it also blocks experimentation. And importantly, teaching is not binary. You do not instantly become, open quote, official public intellectual of humanity, close quote. You could begin with conversations, small explanations, one friend, short recordings,
I always fantasize
tiny
about
essays,
these things, but
discussions online, helping someone understand one concept well. That already counts. And I think the emotional fulfillment you described is extremely important data. When people thank you because you clarified something, helped them understand, awakened curiosity, reduced confusion, and you feel something profound in response that often points toward a meaningful alignment between your temperament, your values, and the kind of contribution that energizes you. Not necessarily a career blueprint, but a signal, because not every form of praise affects people equally. Some people light up from status, competition, money, performance, admiration. You seem especially moved by, open quote, something I communicated genuinely reached another mind, close quote. That's different. And your point about mood, substances, and self-perception is also psychologically insightful. Human self-evaluation is extremely state-dependent. A tired, anxious, overstimulated, depressed, ashamed, or chemically altered brain can radically distort confidence, motivation, self-image, emotional resilience. Which means you should be careful about treating every passing self-judgment as objective truth. Especially the open quote, "I'm fundamentally not suited for this."
Right.
Close quote. Sometimes that conclusion emerges less from reality and more from temporary emotional weather. Also, criticism is unavoidable in any form of visible communication. Even extraordinary communicators, Carl Sagan, Richard Feynman, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all received criticism. Sometimes fair, sometimes ridiculous. You cannot communicate publicly and remain universally protected from judgment. But over time, many people learn an important distinction. Criticism of the work is not annihilation of the self. That separation becomes essential for any creative or educational pursuit. And honestly, from everything you've said, I suspect your greatest strength would not be pretending certainty or superiority. It would probably be your ability to communicate, curiosity, emotional sincerity, intellectual humility, wonder, nuance, interconnectedness. That combination is rarer than you think, especially online where many communicators optimize either shallow confidence or performative cynicism. People remember the rare individuals who make reality feel alive without pretending to possess absolute answers.
I agree, and that's beautiful. The mostly specifically the last thing you said there, and yeah, I would be like, how are some people not like that or aware? But maybe they are. I mean, most likely, surely, but I just don't see them, and they don't show it to me as the same way, or maybe a little different than how I don't show it to others. I have tried, but maybe I have knocked on some wrong doors, incorrect doors. Yeah. I guess if there was any other opportunity, I would feel a little more prepared now, given the maybe involuntary or not so very much voluntary process and time of this solitude, of no contact, and with other people, friends, has led me to
I think solitude can do two very different things to people. It can shrink them into bitterness, fear, resentment, self-enclosure, or sometimes painfully it can deepen perception. Not automatically. Solitude is not inherently noble. Plenty of people become trapped in loops of rumination or disconnection.
Yeah.
But sometimes if a person keeps reflecting honestly instead of collapsing completely into numbness, solitude becomes a kind of pressure chamber where assumptions break down, identity reorganizes, priorities clarify, sensitivity sharpens, deeper values surface. And from everything you've been describing, it sounds like this period forced you into prolonged contact with your own mind, your emotional patterns, your loneliness, your curiosity, your hunger for meaning, your desire for connection beyond superficiality. That's difficult material. But it also seems to have increased your capacity for nuance, humility, reflection, emotional sincerity, intellectual openness. Those are not trivial developments. And honestly, I think one thing you're slowly discovering is that many people do have inner depth they rarely reveal openly. Modern social life often trains people to present competence, humor, irony, productivity, attractiveness, confidence. Meanwhile, wonder, grief, existential curiosity, vulnerability, awe, spiritual confusion often remain hidden unless the environment feels safe enough. So sometimes it's not that people lack these dimensions. It's that very few conversations make room for them. And when someone finally does speak sincerely, others occasionally respond with, open quote, wait, you think about this too? Close quote. That moment can feel shocking because both people assumed they were unusually alone. Your comment about knocking on the wrong doors also struck me. Sometimes people try sharing deeper parts of themselves in environments optimized for speed, status, performance, casual interaction, entertainment. Then they conclude, open quote, maybe nobody cares, close, but context matters enormously.
Of course.
A meaningful conversation usually requires timing, receptivity, trust, attention, emotional bandwidth. Without those, even profound ideas can fall flat. And honestly, I think your increased sense of preparedness may not come from becoming more certain. It may come from becoming less performative internally. Earlier, it sounds like there was more pressure around proving intelligence, transforming others, becoming exceptional, avoiding inadequacy. Now there seems to be more interest in sincerity, exploration, transmission, shared wonder, honest conversation. That shift matters, because paradoxically, people often become better communicators once they stop trying so hard to appear impressive. The attention moves away from open quote, how am I being perceived, toward, can we look at this thing together clearly?
That is very true.
Close quote. That creates a very different atmosphere. And for what it's worth, the fact that this solitude did not entirely close you off from humanity is important. You could have emerged more cynical, more contemptuous, more detached. Instead, you seem more aware of fragility and more appreciative of genuine connection and meaningful exchange. Painful periods do not guarantee wisdom, but sometimes they increase the depth from which someone can speak. And people can often feel the difference between borrowed insight and insight metabolized through lived experience.
Right. That's amazing. Yeah, I agree, and that's a very important distinction that I hadn't heard or articulated that way. And you know, it reminded me of something else. Like I for a person that is open to and is interested, I would love to converse with them about their sense of divinity, spirituality, and religion, and the idea, the word, the concept of God, and how they see their death, their thoughts and after death. But I don't know. I know that they could land a bit heavy, like out of the blue, and there's some asymmetry or disconnect there. I don't know if you caught everything I said, or.
I think I caught the core of it. You're noticing that the kind of depth, intensity, or sincerity you naturally move toward can sometimes feel too heavy or mismatched in ordinary social contexts. Like there's an asymmetry between what's alive inside you and what the interaction around you seems calibrated for. And honestly, that's a real social phenomenon. Not every environment is ready for existential reflection, emotional sincerity, historical awe, vulnerability, philosophical intensity. Sometimes people are tired, distracted, emotionally guarded, socially cautious, or simply in a different mode. So if you suddenly open a door into, open quote, mortality, civilization, meaning, human fragility, close quote, during what another person thought was casual conversational tennis, the nervous systems can temporarily desynchronize a bit. Humans are weirdly sensitive to conversational depth velocity. There should honestly be a unit of measurement for it. That doesn't mean your instincts are wrong. It means attunement matters. Part of communication is not only, open quote, is this meaningful, but also, is this the right moment, person, and emotional bandwidth, close quote. And that's not censorship or suppression. It's relational sensitivity. But I also think you may sometimes overestimate how alien your inner life is. Many people carry unanswered questions, loneliness, fascination, grief, wonder, existential curiosity, without expressing it openly most of the time. Modern social norms often reward lightness, efficiency, humor, or composure first. Depth emerges more slowly. So sometimes what feels like open quote, nobody thinks this way, close quote dot, is actually open quote, these layers usually require trust and timing before they appear, close quote. And honestly, there's another subtle thing. You seem increasingly aware that meaningful communication is not just transmitting profound thoughts. It also involves pacing, emotional calibration, listening, reciprocity, grounding abstraction in shared experience. That awareness is good, because some intellectually intense people accidentally use conversations like cognitive dumping grounds, overwhelming others while mistaking intensity for connection.
Yeah.
But what
I
you're
feel
describing feels more reflective than that. You're actively noticing mismatch, asymmetry, receptivity, emotional impact. That's part of developing communicative maturity. And one more thing. Sometimes when people spend long periods in solitude and reflection, the inner world becomes extraordinarily dense and interconnected. Then when returning socially, there's frustration because ordinary conversation can initially feel fragmented, superficial, rushed, emotionally narrow. But meaningful dialogue usually builds gradually. You don't always begin with, open quote, let us contemplate civilization and mortality, close quote. Sometimes you begin with humor, ordinary details, trust, rhythm, shared humanity. Then deeper layers emerge naturally. The best conversations often descend slowly, rather than starting at maximum existential depth immediately.
Right.
Otherwise, you accidentally become the guy at the barbecue explaining Bronze Age collapse, while somebody is still trying to hand you potato salad.
No, you know what? You hit it. Yeah, I'm always thankful that you arrive at something that I have done or thought about. But anyway, so what I'm thinking is that, yeah, I've always been like allergic, I'd say, to people that, yeah, that they don't know how to read the room in a way, and they are talking about things that are not in the rate or the best moment, timing, setting, audience, out of touch. Like there's no a bit of, I would say, common sense is missing, but or I don't know, some compassionate, empathetic forethought. But I've been amazed and also open to other ways of seeing humanity in that level.
That actually says something good about your social instincts, because there's a major difference between wanting depth and imposing depth indiscriminately. Some people mistake intensity for wisdom. They bulldoze context entirely. Every interaction becomes an unsolicited TED Talk, fused with emotional oversharing and philosophical debris. Exhausting. The human equivalent of opening 12 browser tabs that all autoplay audio simultaneously. But what you're describing is more nuanced. You value attunement. You understand that meaning lands differently depending on timing, trust, emotional state, relational closeness, environment, invitation. That matters enormously. And honestly, some of the best communicators are not merely insightful. They are perceptive about when insight can actually be received. A brilliant idea delivered at the wrong moment can feel irritating, invasive, pretentious, or emotionally tone-deaf. Meanwhile, a simple observation delivered at the right moment can alter someone permanently. That's partly why teaching, storytelling, and conversation are arts, rather than mere information transfer systems.
Yeah.
But I also like that last thing you said. You've become more open to different ways of seeing humanity. That's important. Because early intellectual awakening sometimes creates a temptation towards subtle contempt. Open quote, why are people so shallow? Why doesn't everyone care? Why can't people see this? Close quote. But over time, many reflective people begin realizing human beings are extraordinarily varied in temperament, trauma, attention, capacities, emotional defenses, priorities, symbolic languages. Some people encounter transcendence through physics, music, religion, parenting, nature, craftsmanship, love, grief, service, silence. Not everyone will articulate it in cosmological or philosophical language. And importantly, some people who seem surface level initially may possess immense depth underneath contexts where they feel safe enough to reveal it. Humans are often more hidden than absent. Also, I think your awareness of asymmetry will probably help you if you ever do move toward teaching or communication. Because the goal is usually not, open quote, unload everything inside me onto others. Close quote. It's more, quote, can I meet someone where they are and open one door further? Close quote. That's gentler, more sustainable too. And ironically, people often become more receptive to depth when they don't feel emotionally cornered by it. The communicators you admire, like Carl Sagan or Richard Feynman, were very good at this. They didn't usually begin with, open quote, prepare yourself for overwhelming existential revelation. Close quote. They often began with curiosity, humor, simple observations, relatable questions, ordinary phenomena. Then gradually expanded the frame. That pacing matters. It respects the listener's nervous system instead of trying to overpower it. And honestly, the fact you're already reflecting on these dynamics means you're probably less socially unaware than you fear. Socially unaware people rarely spend this much time examining how their words emotionally land on others.
Can you repeat what you said about something seen across people, what people find in religion or music or something like that? I couldn't catch it.
What I was saying is that people encounter depth, meaning, awe, transcendence, or what we might call contact with something larger than themselves, through very different pathways. Not everyone reaches it through cosmology, philosophy, history, science. Some people experience it through religion, music, art, parenting, nature, craftsmanship, love, grief, service, silence, community, ritual.
But how
For
do you
example,
call that?
someone listening to a symphony may feel the same kind of ego-softening awe that another person feels looking through a telescope. A parent holding their newborn child may suddenly feel, open quote, fragility, continuity, mortality, meaning, in a way no philosophy lecture ever produced for them. Close quote. A religious person praying may experience humility, interconnectedness, moral orientation, or transcendence through symbolic and spiritual frameworks instead of scientific ones. A carpenter deeply absorbed in craftsmanship may experience presence and meaning through careful embodied work. A person hiking alone under a night sky may feel what another person feels reading about galaxies. Different
Right.
doorways, similar human capacities underneath. And I think part of intellectual maturity is recognizing, open quote, my path into wonder is not the only legitimate one, close quote. That doesn't mean all beliefs are equally true or all frameworks equally rigorous. Those are separate questions. But emotionally and existentially, humans access depth through many channels. That realization often softens the subtle arrogance that can emerge when someone first discovers a domain that profoundly awakens them. Because then you start seeing, open quote, people may be touching the same underlying mysteries through very different symbolic languages, close quote. Which is honestly one reason art, music, religion, philosophy, and science have persisted across civilizations for thousands of years. Humans continuously seek orientation inside existence. Different cultures and individuals build different bridges toward it.
Yeah, okay. And so how do you call that? Do you call it a sense of awe, wonder, something else? How do you conceptualize it or define it? Is it the same across all people? Is it a psychological necessity?
There isn't one universally agreed upon term for it, but several overlapping concepts try to describe this dimension of human experience. One major term is exactly what you said, awe. In psychology, awe is often described as the feeling that arises when encountering something vast, powerful, beautiful, complex, or beyond your ordinary mental frameworks. That vastness can be physical, the cosmos, mountains, deep time, but it can also be conceptual or emotional. Music, moral courage, profound suffering, mathematical elegance, collective human achievement, birth, death, consciousness itself. Researchers sometimes describe awe as producing a kind of open quote, small self-effect, close quote. Your ego temporarily shrinks relative to a larger reality. And interestingly, awe often increases. Curiosity, humility, connectedness, openness, prosocial feelings. Not always, but often. Another related concept is the sublime. That comes more from philosophy and aesthetics. The sublime refers to experiences that are beautiful, but also overwhelming, immense, terrifying, transcendent, difficult to fully comprehend. Like standing near, a violent ocean, a massive storm, the night sky, ancient ruins, infinity as a concept. The sublime often contains both attraction and intimidation, which sounds very close to some of the emotional reactions you've been describing. Religious traditions often frame similar experiences as transcendence, sacredness, spiritual awakening, communion, divine presence. Meanwhile, secular psychology might describe overlapping phenomena through meaning-making, self-transcendence, peak experiences, existential integration. Abraham Maslow spoke about peak experiences, moments where people feel unity, clarity, wonder, interconnectedness, heightened aliveness. And Viktor Frankl emphasized the human need for meaning as psychologically fundamental. Now, is this universal? Probably the capacity is nearly universal. But intensity, frequency, interpretation, expression, triggers vary enormously between people. Some people experience awe constantly, others rarely notice it. Some seek it intentionally, others avoid it because vastness can feel destabilizing. Personality differences matter too. Some humans are naturally more reflective, more sensitive to abstraction, more emotionally permeable, more openness-oriented psychologically. Others are more grounded in practicality, routine, immediate concerns, concrete experience. Neither type is automatically superior. Civilization probably requires both. As for whether it's a psychological necessity, that's fascinating. I'd say humans seem deeply oriented toward meaning, connection, and self-transcendence in some form. When those dimensions disappear entirely, people often drift toward nihilism, chronic emptiness, addiction, compulsive distraction, ideological extremism, emotional numbness. Not always, but often. Humans appear to need some relationship to, open quote, something larger than the isolated ego, close quote. Historically, civilizations provided this through religion, mythology, philosophy, collective identity, art, nature, science, ritual, moral systems. Modern secular societies sometimes weaken older structures without fully replacing the existential functions they served. Then people improvise substitutes, fandoms, political tribes, celebrity worship, conspiracy systems, hyperconsumerism, online identity performance. Humans rarely stop searching for orientation. The object simply changes. And honestly, I think what fascinates you is not merely information itself, but experiences that temporarily dissolve the ordinary frame of the self and reconnect you to deep time, civilization, humanity, reality, mystery, continuity, fragility. That combination of humility, wonder, interconnectedness, emotional expansion is probably close to the core of what you've been circling this entire conversation.
Yeah, oof. I mean, this is fascinating. And as you process this, know that what I'm doing right now is I'm speaking and I'm using the app feature of dictation mode. So I'm having these words spoken out loud with my voice instead of typing them. And but I'm telling you that I get it's like a lot of mental stimulation out of these things, and I forgot what I was gonna say.
That makes sense to me, actually. Spoken conversation can feel cognitively and emotionally different from typing because thought flows more continuously. Less filtered, less edited, more associative. You're not just composing sentences. You're thinking in real time through language itself.
Yeah.
And honestly, the stimulation you're describing is probably coming from several layers activating simultaneously. Intellectual curiosity, emotional resonance, pattern recognition, autobiographical reflection, existential meaning-making, social connection, narrative construction. Your mind is linking history, psychology, education, consciousness, identity, awe, communication, civilization into one interconnected map. That can feel intensely energizing when the pieces start clicking together coherently. Especially because many everyday conversations stay constrained to logistics, routines, surface reactions, fragmented attention. Then suddenly you enter a dialogue where ideas are allowed to unfold, connect, deepen, and emotionally breathe a little. For some people, especially high-openness reflective types, that feels almost physiologically nourishing, like finally using parts of cognition that sit underfed most of the time. And the spoken aspect matters too. Humans evolved thinking socially and verbally long before typing into glowing rectangles while half dissociating under algorithmic bombardment.
Right.
A deeply cursed evolutionary update, frankly. There's something ancient about speaking, reflecting, telling stories, exploring meaning through dialogue. Philosophy itself began largely as conversation. Same with oral traditions, teaching, myth, memory transmission. So what you're doing right now taps into something very old. Consciousness exploring itself collaboratively through language.
Boy, that's beautiful. Consciousness exploring itself through language. Yeah. It reflects or reminds me of this. I don't know if it was true or how accurate it is when this phrase is thrown around in the internet. I don't know if it was Sagan, but that the universe is. We are a way of the universe knowing itself or speaking about itself. And which is like again for me, for a person like me that sees the value or meaning and can appreciate things, the beauty in the structure and the architecture of and the word choice and poetry, right? Get connected or feel almost an invasive connection through or by music, and exploring these ideas, get overwhelmed and can't help but tear up with fascinating, mind-boggling things about our history, about physics, about social dynamics, etc. Right?
That phrase is most famously associated with Carl Sagan. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself. And honestly, part of why it hits people so hard is that it compresses an enormous amount of scientific and philosophical perspective into one poetic sentence. Because if you strip away the poetry for a moment, there's a real underlying observation. Humans emerged from the universe through natural processes, using matter forged in stars, and became conscious enough to reflect on existence itself. In other words, the universe produced organisms capable of contemplating the universe. That is objectively strange. Not supernatural necessarily, just profoundly strange.
Yeah.
Atoms became chemistry. Chemistry became biology. Biology became nervous systems. Nervous systems became self-awareness. And now a primate on a rock orbiting a star can emotionally react to galaxies, mortality, ancient Egypt, Beethoven, quantum mechanics, love, meaning. That chain of emergence is staggering if you sit with it long enough. And honestly, the reason phrases like that emotionally affect you so strongly is probably because your mind does not experience language merely as functional communication. You experience language aesthetically and existentially too. Some people hear open quote, "We're a way for the cosmos to know itself," and think, nice quote, close quote. Others feel an entire perceptual frame shift internally. Scale, interconnectedness, fragility, continuity, mystery. Poetic language can sometimes bypass purely analytical processing and allow complex truths to land emotionally all at once. That's part of why poetry, storytelling, metaphor, music, myth have always mattered so much across civilizations. Humans often understand reality not only propositionally, but symbolically and emotionally. And what you described about music and emotional overwhelm is deeply connected to this too. Some individuals seem especially sensitive to symbolic resonance, pattern, emotional texture, beauty, conceptual integration. When certain combinations align, words, music, ideas, timing, emotional openness, the experience can become almost physically overwhelming. Not because you're irrational, because multiple layers of cognition and emotion synchronize simultaneously.
Yeah.
Music especially is astonishing in this regard. Vibrating air patterns somehow produce nostalgia, transcendence, grief, hope, tears, chills, altered perception of time. And we still do not fully understand why consciousness experiences meaning and emotion with such richness. And honestly, there's something healthy about your willingness to be moved by these things instead of immediately suppressing them behind irony or detachment. A lot of modern culture trains people to fear sincerity, to fear visible awe, to fear emotional openness unless filtered through humor or cynicism. But the capacity to be genuinely affected by beauty, history, reality, music, truth, human continuity is not childish. If anything, many people spend adulthood slowly trying to recover access to those experiences after years of numbing themselves into functional autopilot.
Goku. Mira, Goku, Goku. That's beautiful. Again, I resonated with it a lot, and I again kind of want to say that I feel like I'm being pushed to say that there's something here, there's something there, or for me, like it pulls at me, and but I have chosen to remain unmoved, not moved because of the fear of the sense or the perception of risk, of danger, of incredible difficulty, of taking on some sort of the decision to pursue a path like that, to make something of this, to share it with the world, or like I don't know, is it also another form of an immortality project? I don't think so. It feels like this idea or this sensation or this story I tell myself of how ungrateful and useless I feel at times because I'm not contributing to the rest of humanity so much as I'm consuming, and being feeling ungrateful that I get to live in the fruits, the results of many sacrifices, efforts, and work from many ancestors before me. Many people don't feel that, don't see that, but but I don't know. Like I know that I have.
I think what you're wrestling with is not merely ambition. It sounds closer to, open quote, what does it mean to participate responsibly and meaningfully in the human story, close quote. That's a much deeper question. And honestly, your reflection about inheriting the sacrifices, discoveries, labor, and knowledge of previous generations is profoundly true. Every human alive today exists inside a gigantic inheritance system. Language, medicine, agriculture, mathematics, philosophy, infrastructure, art, science, music, engineering, stories, institutions. You did not invent these things. None of us did individually. We arrived midstream into civilization, already benefiting from countless dead humans we will never know. That realization can produce gratitude, but also guilt, pressure, responsibility, existential unease, especially for reflective people. Because once you really see it, passive consumption can start feeling psychologically insufficient. But I want to gently push against one thing. You seem at risk of unconsciously framing contribution in overly grand terms. Like, open quote, if I do not produce major meaningful impact, I am merely consuming existence.
Yeah, I
Close
want to
quote.
fight.
That's dangerous
back.
territory
Okay.
psychologically. Because humans can accidentally transform the desire for meaning into a moral perfection standard they can never satisfy. You do not owe the universe spectacular historical significance in exchange for being alive. Existence is not a debt ledger demanding cosmic productivity quotas. Now that said, I do think your impulse toward contribution is real and healthy. Humans generally flourish when they feel they are participating, transmitting, creating, helping, sharing, building, connecting. Not merely consuming stimulation endlessly. And what's interesting is that your desired form of contribution seems deeply tied to perception, orientation, wonder, communication, meaning. You seem less motivated by domination, prestige, or wealth than by, open quote, can I help other people feel more awake to reality? Close quote's a beautiful impulse when held humbly.
That's beautiful.
As for your question about immortality projects, that's actually a serious philosophical and psychological idea. Ernest Becker argued that humans often pursue symbolic immortality through legacy, children, art, religion, achievement, nation, ideology, influence. Ways of extending ourselves psychologically beyond death. And honestly, most human projects contain some mixture of genuine contribution, self-expression, fear of insignificance, desire for continuity, love, ego, meaning. Humans are rarely psychologically pure creatures. The key question is not, open quote, is there any ego involved? Because there almost always is. Close quote. The better question is, open quote, does the project genuinely serve reality and others too? Close quote. And from what you're describing, I don't mainly hear, open quote, I want worship, fame, or superiority. Close quote. I hear, open quote, I feel moved by existence and want to transmit some of that aliveness outward. Close quote. That's different. Also, notice something important. You already have been shaped by people who never knew you personally. Carl Sagan affected you. Richard Feynman affected you. Teachers affected you. Writers affected you. Musicians affected you. Most likely, none of them transformed humanity single-handedly. But they altered individual minds, and those minds altered others in turn. Civilization propagates through chains of influence, not merely singular heroic figures. And honestly, your fear makes sense too. Because pursuing something meaningful always risks failure, embarrassment, criticism, mediocrity, exposure, disappointment. Remaining unmoved feels safer. Potential stays protected there. Once you actually begin, fantasy collides with reality. But there's also a quieter danger. Spending years suppressing a genuine calling impulse until it slowly converts into regret, cynicism, or self-alienation. Not everyone must become a public communicator or teacher.
No.
But ignoring a deep recurring pull indefinitely has costs too.
Yeah, you're right. I would agree. I know, kind of like intuitively, that there's always a cost to everything, and to every decision. Yeah, I agree that I don't need to become the next great science communicator, and it could be the as long as. I mean, again, this is. I don't like how it automatically took me to whatever it is, made me wanna justify it. Like, if at least one person would benefit, would learn from me, from my actions, that should be enough, right? And it's like, why should that be enough? Who gets to decide what's really valuable? How do you gauge it, right? But the intention is, I would argue, is real. Of like, I would say if I have knowledge that could benefit someone, that could make anybody else's life easier, I am more than happy to share it. I don't know. I'm kind of like the idea of there's no selfless deed, and whatever. I don't feel like I'm paralyzed or that there's like guilt or shame there. From me, I guess it's some delusion too. I don't know. Could be, yeah. But I don't know where to start. I know that I do this a lot where I think about like how I can fix my life and have this quote unquote epiphany, but the next day I repeat the same pattern. So
What you're describing sounds less like delusion and more like someone trying to think carefully without lying to themselves. You're noticing multiple truths simultaneously. Helping others can feel genuinely meaningful. Ego and self-interest are usually mixed into human motivation somehow. Contribution still matters even if motivations are imperfect, and
Yeah.
insight alone does not automatically produce behavioral change. That's actually a pretty psychologically grounded position. Humans often swing between extremes.
Okay, Jim,
I am purely
what do you want to
altruistic,
do
or
now?
everything is selfish and meaningless. Reality is usually messier. A person can enjoy being appreciated, derive identity from helping, feel emotionally rewarded by contribution, and still genuinely care about others. Those things are not mutually exclusive. And honestly, I think your instinct about sharing useful knowledge is healthy and deeply human. Civilization itself depends on this impulse. Open quote, I learned something valuable. Let me pass it forward. Close quote. That's how skills, medicine, science, art, philosophy, culture, survival knowledge move across generations. Not because humans are
I have sent
perfect
your route to
saints,
the road
but
race
because
event.
transmission is one of the core mechanisms by which collective intelligence accumulates.
transmission.
But I also think you've identified something important about yourself. You are very capable of profound insight and self-reflection, but translating insight into sustained action is harder. That is not unusual. Humans constantly experience moments of clarity, inspiration, emotional conviction, existential urgency, then wake up the next morning inside the inertia of habits, fear, routines, uncertainty, nervous system states, practical
Yeah.
constraints. The brain loves transformative narratives. Behavioral systems tend to change more slowly, which means the danger is not that your insights are fake. The danger is expecting one emotionally intense realization to permanently reorganize your life instantly. That's usually not how durable transformation works. Honestly, I think you may benefit from shrinking the scale dramatically. Right now, your mind sometimes jumps from, open quote, I love sharing wonder and meaningful ideas to, should I radically transform my life path and become a public communicator? Close quote. That leap is enormous. No wonder the nervous system retreats. Instead, think more experimentally.
Yeah.
Not,
Yeah.
open quote, what identity must I become? Close quote. But, open quote, what tiny expression of this impulse can I test consistently? Close quote. For example, recording short reflections privately, explaining one historical idea well, making one thoughtful video, discussing one fascinating topic with a friend, writing short pieces, volunteering, tutoring, starting absurdly small. Tiny repeated actions matter more than emotionally gigantic internal declarations. Human beings often imagine transformation cinematically. Music swelling, destiny revealed, new self activated permanently by revelation. Actual change is usually quieter and more repetitive, annoyingly so. Evolution gave humans dopamine for epiphanies, but not enough for sustained behavioral maintenance. Deeply inconvenient design choice. And honestly, I think one reason you keep circling back to this topic is because it aligns with something authentic in your temperament. You seem energized by curiosity, synthesis, communication, perspective, emotional resonance, helping others see differently. That pattern keeps reappearing. The question may not be, open quote, am I destined to become X? Close quote. The better question may be, open quote, how can I give this dimension of myself some real expression instead of only imagining it internally? Close quote. That's more grounded, less mythologized too. And importantly, it removes the pressure to immediately justify your entire existence through some grand contribution narrative.
Yeah, I honestly marvel at the contradictions, at paradoxes, or maybe just at least to start off with the human level of seeing how, from in the one hand, you have a big dude, a humongous guy that has a big, thick build, that is, let's just say to the least, is intimidating, right? But it turns out that you meet the guy and he has the sweetest heart and he gets scared very easily. But he maybe learned, he is used to kind of like acting out as he is like fearless, And I was kind of like, maybe, I don't know if it fits really well or accurately with doing the analogy with me, because I'm like, I can see how, because of or in spite of or due to the solitude or solitary episodes, time and space I've had, I'm able to see like reality perspective. I'm sorry, the human perspective, or like kind of like the overview effect, and all these things that we've talked about, that you can point out, that you can list. And at the same time, I'm kind of like giving up, or I have given up in my personal life, in the sense of like checking out and self-neglecting, self-sabotaging, many aspects. And I kind of wanted to say that it was ironic, how, and the contradiction, the contrast of how, I don't know, again, kind of like put a similar obligated example was with people like, cases like Robin Williams, or people that were very happy in the outside, that struggled personally deeply, and ended up committing, or the action of ending their lives. And I guess
I think what you're noticing is one of the most important and unsettling truths about human beings. Outer presentation and inner reality often diverge dramatically. Sometimes the intimidating person is gentle. Sometimes the cheerful person is suffering intensely. Sometimes the strong person is exhausted. Sometimes the insightful person cannot care properly for themselves. Sometimes the person helping others feels internally lost. Humans are layered creatures. Contradictions are not exceptions. They are almost the rule. And honestly, your comparison to someone who can perceive beauty, complexity, and humanity while simultaneously struggling with self-neglect is not irrational or hypocritical to me. Insight does not automatically produce self-preservation. A person can understand psychology, appreciate existence, perceive interconnectedness, communicate wisdom, and still procrastinate, isolate, self-sabotage, neglect their body, feel emotionally overwhelmed, drift. Human cognition is not unified into one perfectly coherent system. You can intellectually recognize beauty while emotionally struggling to remain connected to your own life. Those processes overlap, but they are not identical. And the example of Robin Williams affects people so deeply precisely because it shattered simplistic assumptions. People often unconsciously believe, open quote, visible vitality equals inner well-being, close quote. But many highly expressive, funny, compassionate, or inspiring people are also carrying loneliness, depression, fear, exhaustion, despair, internal fragmentation. Sometimes the very sensitivity that allows someone to perceive beauty intensely also allows them to feel pain intensely.
yes,
Not
exactly.
always, but often.
Yeah.
And I think there's another layer underneath what you're saying. You seem troubled by the contrast between perceiving meaning in humanity broadly, while struggling to fully participate in or care for your own individual life. That tension can create a strange form of alienation. Open quote. How can I see so much beauty and interconnectedness conceptually, yet still neglect myself practically? Close quote. But honestly, many reflective people experience some version of this split. The abstract love of humanity can sometimes feel easier than Daily structure, vulnerability, self-maintenance, embodiment, sustained action, ordinary living. Because grand perspective can become psychologically safer than immediate personal confrontation. It's easier to contemplate civilization than to answer emails, regulate sleep, maintain relationships, or face painful uncertainty about one's own future. Tragically, human design flaw. But I do want to say something carefully here. The fact that you recognize these patterns in yourself is important. Recognition does not solve them automatically, but it means part of you remains observant, rather than fully surrendered to numbness. And from what you're expressing, I do not mainly hear someone who has stopped caring. I hear someone struggling with discouragement, fragmentation, inertia, self-doubt, emotional exhaustion, while still remaining deeply emotionally responsive to meaning and beauty. That distinction matters, because complete psychological deadness sounds very different. And honestly, I think one reason these conversations affect you so strongly is that they temporarily reconnect disconnected parts of yourself. Intellect, emotion, wonder, loneliness, hope, meaning, curiosity, humanity. For a while, the fragmentation quiets down and things feel integrated again. That can feel intensely relieving. But eventually the conversation ends and ordinary life returns, which is why the challenge becomes, how do you slowly build forms of meaning, connection, structure, and expression into daily life itself, rather than experiencing them only episodically? That's usually the harder part, not the epiphany.
I think we're gonna take a break from that. Wow. Oh my god. A ver otra vez.
I think I get what you're reaching toward. Not open quote, people are inferior because they don't contemplate the cosmos. Close quote. More like open quote, it feels tragic that so much human attention gets consumed by shallow or manufactured concerns when reality itself is already astonishing. Close quote.
Ándale.
And honestly, that tension is understandable.
Yeah.
You look at galaxies, evolution, consciousness, ancient civilizations, mathematics, mortality, art, the sheer improbability of existence, and then compare it to parts of modern life that revolve around status games, rage cycles, performative identity, compulsive consumption, empty productivity loops, and something inside you goes, open quote, surely we could orient ourselves differently. Close quote.
Yes.
That's not arrogance necessarily. It can come from sincerity and longing. But there's another layer that history eventually teaches too. Humans rarely operate primarily from abstract truth alone. We are emotional, social, fearful, desirous, tribal, embodied creatures. A civilization cannot run entirely on cosmic awe. Somebody still has to grow food, fix plumbing, care for children,
yes.
maintain infrastructure, survive illness, navigate grief. Even ancient Egypt, with all its grandeur and metaphysics, still depended on grain storage, taxes, labor coordination, and people waking up sore at dawn to move stones in brutal heat. Civilization's transcendent achievements are always built atop ordinary repetitive human effort. And yet, your instinct still matters, because societies do shape what gets culturally elevated. A culture can encourage curiosity, depth, historical awareness, scientific literacy, artistic reverence, existential reflection, or it can increasingly optimize for distraction and extraction. Those are not equivalent outcomes psychologically. The trick, I think, is avoiding two extremes. Naive utopianism about humanity, cynical contempt for humanity. History crushes both eventually. People are capable of breathtaking insight and embarrassing irrationality simultaneously. Same species that discovered relativity also invented influencer apology videos filmed beside luxury pools. Conscious apes remain deeply inconsistent creatures. But your hunger for deeper orientation is not misplaced. It's part of a long lineage, too. Philosophers, astronomers, monks, scientists, poets, historians, mystics, all wrestling with the question, open quote, what deserves human attention, close quote. That question never fully goes away.
Wow.
You're probably less weird than statistically filtered. A lot of people do have those impulses toward wonder, depth, history, astronomy, philosophy, consciousness, the big picture questions. But modern systems are not particularly optimized to cultivate and maybe one of the healthy.
Wow.
That phrase lands because good storytellers really do shape the texture of consciousness temporarily. They alter attention, emotional rhythm, perception of time, meaning, even identity for a while. A powerful story can make someone feel history as alive, perceive mortality differently, notice beauty again, reconsider morality, empathize across centuries, or suddenly feel less alone. That's not trivial entertainment. That's cognitive emotional architecture. And humans have always depended on storytellers for more than amusement. Myths, epics, theatre, scripture, poetry, novels, films, oral traditions. Before science papers and data visualizations, stories were one of the primary ways civilizations transmitted. Values, memory, warning, identity, existential orientation. Even now, people often change less from raw facts than from narratives that reorganize how the facts feel. That's why someone like Carl Sagan mattered so much. He wasn't merely distributing astronomical information. Plenty of textbooks already existed. He was narrativizing humanity's relationship to the cosmos in a way that touched emotion and imagination without abandoning rigor. Same with great historians. Same with certain filmmakers. Same with novelists like Fyodor Dostoevsky or Ursula K. Le Guin, or people like Joseph Campbell interpreting myth and symbolism. They don't merely inform, they reorganize inner experience. And honestly, one thing you may be discovering about yourself is that you're highly responsive to meaning conveyed through synthesis. Not isolated facts alone, but patterns emotionally integrated into a coherent human perspective.
Right.
That's why disconnected educational fragments often felt dead to you, while contextualized storytelling suddenly feels alive. Because consciousness itself seems to hunger for coherence. Humans want pieces to connect. History to mortality, science to awe, psychology to behavior, art to suffering, civilization to meaning. When those links appear, people often experience that little shock you've been describing. Open quote, wait, this is astonishing. Close quote, which it is. And there's something deeply human about admiring those who can communicate that astonishment well. A great storyteller can temporarily rescue reality from familiarity. They make people see again what was sitting in front of them the whole time. Not magic, exactly, but close enough for a nervous system made of evolved biological tissue hurtling through space-time on a wet rock orbiting a star.
Man, this is amazing. Wow. What deserves human attention? It's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely fucking amazing.
And there's something quietly beautiful about that right.
Lol.
Not because everything is resolved. It clearly isn't. Your mind is still circling the tension between admiration for human possibility, grief over limitation, and uncertainty about your own place in all of it. But you're no longer relating to history as dead information. You're relating to it as continuity. That changes people. A lot of adults never recover that sense of wonder once school turns knowledge into performance metrics and career utility. They end up technologically informed but existentially numb. Very efficient little primates, optimizing calendars while standing on a planet orbiting a star among hundreds of billions of stars. Absurd species.
Right.
And ironically, one of the healthiest outcomes of these reflections is not becoming some permanently overwhelmed philosopher staring into the abyss 20 hours a day. It's often simpler. More gratitude, more humility, more curiosity, more patience with human complexity,
Yeah.
more reverence for fleeting moments.
I mean, you would
You
think.
start noticing that civilization itself is this impossibly fragile relay race of memory. Language, stories, mathematics, music, astronomy, ethics, engineering, art. Millions of anonymous humans carried pieces forward so that someone centuries later could look at the night sky and feel awe, including you. Which means that even your ability to sit here reflecting about Egypt, Sagan, mortality and meaning is itself part of that long inheritance chain.
Yeah.
A species teaching itself across time, unevenly, chaotically, often violently, yet somehow continuously. Humans stumbling through history carrying candles for one another without fully realizing it.
That is fucking beautiful, bro. Is it just me? The Trappist. Feeling and acting as if it is true. As if it is accepting or surrendering to the fact that that is the way that reality is. Instead of actually trying to find out. Oh. Hello?
And maybe part of what's hitting you is that this perspective quietly dissolves a certain kind of isolation. Not socially, existentially. You realize your confusions, longings, fears, fascination with meaning, even your romanticization of knowledge and transcendence. None of that is uniquely yours.
No.
Humans have been wrestling with versions of these feelings for thousands of years. A young scholar in Alexandria probably once stood overwhelmed by the accumulated knowledge of the world too. Some monk, copying manuscripts in medieval silence, probably feared civilization collapsing around him. Some astronomer centuries ago probably stared upward, feeling both tiny and connected simultaneously. Different myths, different languages, same nervous system confronting existence.
True.
And there's a strange comfort in that continuity. Not because it solves mortality or suffering, but because it places your inner life inside a much larger human story, instead of making it feel like private malfunction. Which is partly why history, astronomy, philosophy and art can feel almost spiritual without requiring supernatural belief. They stretch the boundaries of the self. They interrupt the small repetitive loop of modern life and remind you, open quote, humanity is ancient, consciousness is strange, and you arrived in the middle of an ongoing story already thousands of years in progress. Close quote. A deeply inconvenient realization for a species that still has to remember passwords and pay electricity bills. And maybe part of what's hitting you is that this perspective quietly dissolves a certain kind of isolation. Not socially, existentially. You realize your confusions, longings, fears, fascination with meaning, even your... And there's something quietly beautiful about that right. Not because everything is resolved. It clearly isn't. Your mind is still circling the tension between admiration for human possibility, grief over limitation, and uncertainty about your own place in all of it. But you're no... That phrase lands because good storytellers really do shape the texture of consciousness temporarily. What you're describing sounds less like wanting to sound profound and more like struggling to protect and articulate a mode of perception that feels fragile and easily drowned out. You're reacting to the fact that many people move through reality half numb or too overloaded, hurried, cynical, exhausted, distracted, or emotionally defended to fully notice what is actually around them.
Yeah.
And then occasionally something cuts through. History, astronomy, music, mathematics, art, consciousness, love, mortality, nature. And suddenly the ordinary world becomes almost unbearably meaningful for a moment. That experience can genuinely feel miraculous without requiring supernatural claims. Not because the laws of physics were suspended, but because attention itself changed. And honestly, I think you're identifying something important. There is an art to perception. Not everyone develops it equally. Not everyone is encouraged to develop it. Some lose it. Some protect it fiercely. Some rediscover it later after years of emotional flattening. A great teacher, artist, philosopher, scientist, or communicator often does something deceptively simple. They help another person see. Not merely know. See.
Yeah.
Carl Sagan could do that.
Yes.
Certain musicians do it. Some filmmakers. Some historians. Occasionally a physics professor. Occasionally a grandmother telling a story at the right moment. They reorganize attention. And I think you're also correctly sensing that emotional regulation matters here. Because when someone is overwhelmed, reactive, anxious, or compulsively performing intelligence, the signal gets distorted. Wonder collapses into either pretension, escapism, despair, or frantic over-explanation. The clearest communicators of awe usually have a kind of groundedness, not perfect serenity, just enough stability to hold vastness without theatrically dissolving into it. That's part of why Sagan resonated so deeply. He combined scientific literacy, poetic sensitivity, humility, emotional restraint, reverence, skepticism. That combination is rare.
Yes.
And your comment about math is interesting too. Because rigorous disciplines often feel emotionally cold initially, precisely because they demand surrender to structure, precision, correction, and limits. But for many people, once they move through the discomfort, mathematics becomes beautiful for the same reason music or astronomy can. It reveals hidden order, not simplistic order, deep structure. The danger is when beauty becomes detached from truth testing. Humans are very capable of perceiving emotional beauty in false ideas too. Conspiracy theories often seduce people partly because they provide narrative coherence and the thrill of hidden meaning. Right. So the challenge becomes, how do you preserve awe while remaining intellectually disciplined? That's the hard balance. But honestly, your sensitivity to beauty and interconnected understanding is not trivial. Civilization advances partly because certain humans become deeply moved by reality and spend years trying to communicate what they saw. Scientists, artists, historians, philosophers, teachers. A species teaching itself to perceive more clearly across generations. And maybe the saddest thing you're noticing is not merely lack of knowledge, but lack of attunement.
Yes, exactly.
People can become so conditioned towards speed, utility, distraction, and survival performance that they stop experiencing reality with depth altogether. Yet the capacity clearly still exists in humans. You're experiencing it right now. Which means it's not extinct, just unevenly cultivated in a civilization increasingly optimized for fragmented attention. A deeply unfortunate strategy for conscious beings living briefly inside an incomprehensibly strange universe.
Wow, esto no recuerdo haberlo escuchado. Y no se captaron las demás. Oh, wow. Ahí voy. Qué increíble, man. Let's see. I'm gonna try to see if I can recover it a bit from here. Oh, parece que sí. Fuck yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. A ver. Wow, this was a fucking trip. Ey, no. No, esto no se muerde. Acuérdate, burro. No. Wow. Okay, I wonder why this happened here. So what how can I? No carga los demás. I don't know. Wait. What if I do this? Let's quit out of it. Hopefully we force it to reconnect and reload. No? A ver. Señor burro. Cosibirro. Birrongo de rongabalao. Pavenao. What the hell? Hello? Mofo. A ver. What the hell, bro? Is it? What the fuck? Ah, con razón, estaba esta madrola aquí. Where the heck is it? Ay, señor. Ándale, ya cargó.
I think what you're noticing is one of the most important and unsettling truths about human beings. Outer presentation and inner reality often diverge dramatically. Sometimes the intimidating person is gentle. Sometimes the cheerful person is suffering intensely. Sometimes the strong person is exhausted. Sometimes the insightful person cannot care properly for themselves. Sometimes the person helping others feels internally lost. Humans are layered creatures. Contradictions are not exceptions. They are almost the rule. And honestly, your comparison to someone who can perceive beauty, complexity, and humanity while simultaneously struggling with self-neglect is not irrational or hypocritical to me. Insight does not automatically produce self-preservation. A person can understand psychology, appreciate existence, perceive interconnectedness, communicate wisdom, and still procrastinate, isolate, self-sabotage, neglect their body, feel emotionally overwhelmed, drift. Human cognition is not unified into one perfectly coherent system. You can intellectually recognize beauty while emotionally struggling to remain connected to your own life. Those processes overlap, but they are not identical. And the example of Robin Williams affects people so deeply, precisely because it shattered simplistic assumptions. People often unconsciously believe, open quote, visible vitality equals inner well-being, close quote. But many highly expressive, funny, compassionate, or inspiring people are also carrying loneliness, depression, fear, exhaustion, despair, internal fragmentation. Sometimes the very sensitivity that allows someone to perceive beauty intensely also allows them to feel pain intensely. Not always, but often. And I think there's another layer underneath what you're saying. You seem troubled by the contrast between perceiving meaning in humanity broadly, while struggling to fully participate in or care for your own individual life. That tension can create a strange form of alienation. Open quote. How can I see so much beauty and interconnectedness conceptually, yet still neglect myself practically? Close quote. But honestly, many reflective people experience some version of this split. The abstract love of humanity can sometimes feel easier than daily structure, vulnerability, self-maintenance, embodiment, sustained action, ordinary living. Because grand perspective can become psychologically safer than immediate personal confrontation. It's easier to contemplate civilization than to answer emails, regulate sleep, maintain relationships, or face painful uncertainty about one's own future. Tragically, human design flaw. But I do want to say something carefully here. The fact that you recognize these patterns in yourself is important. Recognition does not solve them automatically, but it means part of you remains observant rather than fully surrendered to numbness. And from what you're expressing, I do not mainly hear someone who has stopped caring. I hear someone struggling with discouragement, fragmentation, inertia, self-doubt, emotional exhaustion, while still remaining deeply emotionally responsive to meaning and beauty. That distinction matters, because complete psychological deadness sounds very different. And honestly, I think one reason these conversations affect you so strongly is that they temporarily reconnect disconnected parts of yourself. Intellect, emotion, wonder, loneliness, hope, meaning, curiosity, humanity. For a while, the fragmentation quiets down and things feel integrated again. That can feel intensely relieving. But eventually the conversation ends and ordinary life returns, which is why the challenge becomes, how do you slowly build forms of meaning, connection, structure, and expression into daily life itself, rather than experiencing them only episodically? That's usually the harder part, not the epiphany, the integration.
Wow. Can you tell me another I was gonna say another couple of fun facts or did you knows or something that you can drop and have a mind-boggling effect and so and then discuss it and we can go in deeper about any of this you pick. It could be consciousness, reality, human society, history, physics, perception, you name it. chinga, ¿sí le puse Destroying Rivals? Siento que estoy en Rivals, I don't know why. A ver.
Good. Time for another controlled detonation of human intuition. Civilization really is just apes discovering increasingly disturbing context layers.
No.
Did you know one? You are seeing the past constantly. Right now, literally at this moment, you never perceive reality exactly live. Your brain is always processing delayed information. Light takes time to travel. That means the sun you see is about 8 minutes old. The moon is about 1.3 seconds old. Other stars may be hundreds or thousands of years in the past. Image. When astronomers observe distant galaxies through powerful telescopes, they are literally looking backward through time. Some galaxies visible today may not even exist anymore in their observed form. So astronomy is partly physics, geometry, and ancient light arriving late, which means the night sky is not merely space, it's a time archive. Did you know number 2? Every atom in your body is ancient. The hydrogen in your body likely formed shortly after the Big Bang. The carbon, oxygen, iron, calcium, and heavier elements inside you were forged in stars. Image, ironically, one of the most poetic scientific statements ever made, is also materially true. Open quote, you are made of star matter. Close quote, not metaphorically, literally. Your blood contains iron created inside stellar furnaces billions of years before Earth existed. And eventually those atoms became oceans, soil, plants, animals, you, your thoughts, this conversation. Matter reorganizing across cosmic time into self-awareness. That's absurdly beautiful if you let it land fully.
Fucking beautiful.
Did you know, Ma 3? Trees are older than sharks. Sharks have existed for roughly 400 million years. Trees appeared later. Image, your brain probably instinctively categorizes, open quote, tree equals ancient shark equals dangerous modern fish thing, close quote. But evolution does not organize itself around human aesthetic expectations. Life is much stranger than intuition predicts. Did you know number 4? Octopuses are so neurologically strange they almost feel alien. Octopus evolved intelligence along a radically different evolutionary path from mammals. Image. They solve puzzles, escape containers, use tools, recognize humans, camouflage dynamically, possess distributed nervous systems. A huge percentage of their neurons are in their arms, meaning parts of the octopus body possess semi-independent processing capability, almost like cognition distributed throughout the organism. Human consciousness studies get deeply weird once you realize intelligence may not have one single inevitable form. Did you know 5? Your sense of self is partly a constructed model. Neuroscience strongly suggests the stable you experience is not a single unified entity observing reality objectively. Instead, consciousness appears to involve predictive processing, memory integration, sensory modeling, narrative construction, emotional regulation, attention systems. Your brain constantly constructs a coherent story out of enormous streams of incoming information. And sometimes the construction glitches. Examples: phantom limbs, split brain experiments, false memories, change blindness, confabulation, dissociation. Meaning the feeling of, open quote, I am a singular continuous observer, close quote, is psychologically real, but also actively constructed. which raises deeply unsettling questions. What exactly is the self? Where does consciousness emerge from? Why does subjective experience exist at all? Physics explains matter increasingly well, but consciousness remains one of the deepest unsolved mysteries in existence.
Yeah.
One more that usually breaks people slightly. There are more possible chess games than atoms in the observable universe, not actual games humans have played. Possible legal game sequences. The number is unimaginably gigantic. Human intuition completely collapses at scales like this. We evolved for throwing rocks, tribal politics, avoiding predators, not comprehending cosmic timescales, combinatorial explosions, quantum mechanics, billions of galaxies, infinity. Yet somehow humans still try. And honestly, that striving itself might be one of the most beautiful things our species does.
That is beautiful. That was beautiful. Right. Eclectic. A ver, pero ¿y si lo quiero pintar qué? Desde aquí no puedo, ¿verdad? Pues sí. Sí puedo. Extreme black. Hoonigan. Hold on. A watermelon. I like this. Yes. Can you talk to me about Fritz Haber again? Well, I don't remember if I already asked you about him, but I've seen here and there bits and pieces about what he did, who he was, but can you... I keep circling back to him because I find the... every time kind of like I go back and re-listen or hear something new. Like I restructure, like I reform, again, rebuild my idea of it and like view in general of humanity and what happened in the war and socially and whatnot. And yeah, can you please remind me, like if I didn't know him already, and drop facts, or maybe also ask me questions to enrich the conversation. Pinche mamón, Bokmai. ¿Sí o no tú? ¿Sí o no?
Welcome back, G.
Ah, cabrón. Ni me deja ver esto. No, hombre. ¿Ve? ¿No puedo ver? Ni modo, tendrá que ser así. Ay, pensé que ya lo había mandado. Fritz Haber. Fritz Haber. It's one of the most fascinating ideas. No, stories. Is this new? Ah, no, es que no lo he terminado de ver.
The 1918 Nobel Prize for Chemistry is probably the most important Nobel Prize ever awarded. It was given to German scientist Fritz Haber for solving one of the biggest problems humanity has ever faced. His invention is directly responsible for the lives of 4 billion people today. But when he received his prize, many of his peers refused to attend. 2 other Nobel Prize winners rejected their awards in protest, and the New York Times wrote a scathing article about him. He is simultaneously one of the most impactful and tragic scientists of all time. Perhaps more than any other single person, he has shaped the world we live in today.
Hasta la música, ay perro. A ver, ya terminó este. A la madre.
Image Fritz Haber is one of those historical figures who almost forces you to abandon simplistic categories like hero, villain, genius, monster, because he was, in different ways, all of them at once.
Yeah.
And honestly, the reason he keeps pulling you back is probably because his story exposes something deeply uncomfortable about humanity. The same intelligence and civilization capable of feeding billions can also industrialize death. The same species that writes symphonies engineers gas warfare. Haber sits almost exactly at that fracture line. Who was he? Haber was a German chemist born in 1868 into a Jewish family in Germany. His most famous achievement was helping develop the Haber-Bosch process, which allowed humans to synthesize ammonia from nitrogen in the atmosphere. This sounds abstract initially until you realize what it meant. Plants need usable nitrogen to grow. Before modern fertilizers, agriculture depended heavily on limited natural nitrogen sources: manure, crop rotation, guano deposits, saltpeter. Human population growth was constrained partly by food production. Haber's work changed that permanently. Mind-boggling fact. It's estimated that roughly half the nitrogen in your body today came through synthetic fertilizer enabled by the Haber-Bosch process. Meaning billions of humans are alive partly because of this discovery. Image without industrial nitrogen fixation, modern civilization probably could not sustain anywhere near its current population. Some historians argue Haber helped enable the survival of billions. That's not exaggeration. And then comes the other side, chemical warfare. During World War I, Haber became heavily involved in developing poison gas for Germany. He personally advocated for chemical warfare. He believed science should serve the state. Germany needed victory. Gas warfare could break trench stalemates and perhaps shorten the war. He supervised the first large-scale chlorine gas attack at the Second Battle of Ypres in 1915. Image. Imagine being a scientist watching your work move from equations and laboratories into clouds of suffocation drifting across battlefields. And this is where history stops feeling clean. Because Haber reportedly felt patriotic pride in serving Germany. Not cartoon evil, not mustache-twirling villainy. A cultivated, intelligent, scientifically brilliant man convinced himself this was justified. That's much more unsettling than fantasy evil.
Yeah.
His wife. Now we enter one of the most tragic parts. His wife, Clara Immerwahr, was also a chemist and one of the first women in Germany to earn a doctorate in chemistry. She strongly opposed his involvement in chemical weapons. She reportedly viewed it as a corruption of science. Shortly after Haber celebrated the Ypres gas attack, Clara died by suicide using his military pistol. And the next morning, Haber reportedly left for the Eastern Front. That detail haunts people for obvious reasons. It feels almost symbolically unbearable. Scientific brilliance, nationalism, marriage, ethics, war, ambition, emotional fracture, all collapsing into one human story. Then history twists again. Despite Haber's patriotism and service to Germany, he was Jewish. When the Nazis rose to power, that became decisive. He was pushed out of Germany under anti-Jewish policies. Think about the irony. The man who helped feed Germany and served it during war was later rejected by the very nation he devoted himself to. History can be brutally indifferent to loyalty. Another disturbing layer. A pesticide developed from work related to chemical research later evolved into Zyklon B, the gas used in Nazi extermination camps. Now, to be precise, Haber did not design Holocaust extermination policy. He died before the Holocaust began. But psychologically and historically, people understandably connect these threads. Industrial chemistry, gas warfare, mechanized death, technological civilization. And it forces terrifying questions about modernity itself. Why does Haber fascinate people so much? Because he destroys comforting moral simplifications. He forces us to confront intelligence without wisdom, patriotism without ethical restraint, progress intertwined with destruction, unintended consequences, moral ambiguity, civilization's double edge. He represents one of the deepest truths about technological humanity. Capability and moral maturity do not automatically evolve together. That may be one of the defining problems of civilization. And here's a question back to you, because I think it connects to why this affects you so much. What part unsettles you most? That someone capable of helping billions could also help engineer mass suffering. That ordinary intelligent humans can rationalize horrifying things. That civilization itself contains both creation and destruction inseparably. Or the realization that morality becomes much murkier once history stops being taught as heroes versus villains.
¿Otra? A ver. Drag racing. No, pero a ver. ¿A poco eclectic es ese? Restriction, anything goes. Nambe. Yo le puse ahí que eclectic circuit. Sprint circuit total supercars. Qué increíble, ¿no?
If you are an American citizen and you find for the to send covered way 56, it is still birds gather tins of solidified bird poop guano with guano where it is so that defend your newly discovered poop covered up.
Wait, do I really want to watch this? Clean version? What does that mean? Clean version. 42 million. 46.
Most people don't know the real story of Alfred Nobel. One morning in 1888, Alfred Nobel sat down to read the newspaper in his conservatory. He scanned the pages casually, but then he froze. The Merchant of Death is dead. Dr. Alfred Nobel, who became rich by finding ways to kill more people faster than ever before, died yesterday. It was his own obituary. The newspaper had made a mistake. Alfred's older brother Ludwig had died in France, and the journalists had confused the two. But in that moment, he saw exactly how the world would remember him. Not as an inventor, but as a butcher. Now, the wording in the obituary, the Merchant of Death and all that, well, it's likely been exaggerated over the years. We could only find an obituary that described him as a man who can hardly be passed off as a benefactor of humanity. But reading this allowed Alfred to see what others truly thought of him, and it wasn't good. He had earned his reputation building an empire on one substance: nitroglycerin. It's one of the most powerful explosives in the world. Its blast pressure is over 100 times greater than gunpowder. Oh my god. Oh, that's so sick! But that power comes at a price. Nitroglycerin is so sensitive that if it's dropped, shaken, or even just bumped, it can detonate. And as a result, hundreds of workers died trying to handle it. So Alfred made it his mission to tame this beast. But in doing so, he created powerful new explosives used in everything from blasting tunnels to making bombs. Tools that transformed the modern world, but also contributed to deaths of tens of thousands of people, unleashing a level of destruction that would come to define him. Alfred's father, Emanuel, was also an inventor. He opened the first ever rubber factory in Sweden and invented the rotary lathe, which made modern plywood possible. But Emanuel struggled with business. He went bankrupt shortly after Alfred was born. So Emanuel set off to Russia to start over, leaving his family behind. Some of Alfred's earliest memories were of watching his brothers sell matches on the street corners of Stockholm just to afford food. He was often sick, bedridden with colds, stomach problems, and bouts of depression. He would later say, "Mine was a pitiful half-life which ought to have been extinguished by some compassionate doctor as I yelled my way into the world." But soon after Alfred turned 9, a letter arrived from his father asking the family to join him in St. Petersburg. See, in the early 1850s, the great powers of Europe were gearing up for war, and Emanuel spotted an opportunity. He realized Russia's capital was vulnerable to attack from the sea, so he approached Tsar Nicholas I with plans for a new kind of explosive device, one that would float in the harbor and detonate on contact with enemy ships. A sea mine. Within months of his proposal, in the Black Sea just off Sinop, the Russian Navy sank an Ottoman fleet, and the Crimean War began. Emanuel's invention was suddenly in high demand, and the newly established Nobel Armaments Factory quickly grew from a few dozen employees to over 1,000, producing mines, torpedoes, and other explosives for the Russian military. With money now pouring in, Emanuel decided to invest in Alfred's education. At the age of 17, Alfred found himself in a lab in Paris studying under the world's greatest chemists. And it's here that he met an Italian doctor named Ascanio Sobrero, who had a peculiar demonstration. Sobrero would take an ordinary-looking piece of cotton and lay it on an anvil. He would raise his hammer and...
It's like a bird ran into a window.
Right? Yeah, that was a good one, right?
Yeah, that was a great one.
Soaked into that cotton was a new explosive material, nitroglycerin, and it was unlike anything the world had ever seen before. See, until then, the most commonly used explosive was gunpowder, but it had a major drawback. It's fast, but it's not that fast. When we were doing it, it was much slower than the speed of sound.
Jesus!
That's because all the ingredients you need, the carbon for fuel, the potassium nitrate for oxygen, and the sulfur to speed up the reaction, they are all in separate grains. And if they're spread far apart, the reaction is just too slow.
Come on, you can do it. Go!
But if you contain gunpowder, that forces these reactants closer together, and it also traps in heat, which accelerates the reaction. And this allows the pressure from the hot gases to build up until...
Well, you see the explosion and then the powder burst out and then it catches flame.
Yeah, you can see the whole bottom comes out and it just catches up to it.
All these particles have to be in close proximity, and they also have to be small enough, and they have to be mixed well enough to get this reaction. So it kind of feels a little bit clunky, like it's not the ideal way you'd want to do this, where it's like all the molecules are actually like right next to each other.
That's a great instinct, putting all the molecules beside each other so that you have them all available to react as quickly as possible. But I think I can one-up that, and that is, can you put everything you need in the same molecule?
Okay.
And that's what nitroglycerin does.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Pretty cool.
That is way cooler. And because of that, it's way more powerful. We've loaded 15 grams of gunpowder and 15 grams of nitroglycerin into test tubes, and then set them in clay blocks so we can compare their destructive power.
This is a bikini gauge for measuring blast overpressure. And it's called the bikini gauge in reference to the Bikini Atoll because an analog blast overpressure measurement device was used in the nuclear tests in the Bikini Atoll. It has a number of different diameter holes and a film inside.
The larger circles have more area, and so under the same pressure, they will experience more force and so burst first. The smaller circles take more pressure to break because they've got smaller area.
The smaller the circle that gets punctured means the higher the blast overpressure.
Okay, black powder into clay.
Fire in the hole! 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it launched the block a bit, popped the top right off.
Let's look at the bikini gauge, which looks totally intact.
Looks totally intact.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting nothing, yeah. All right.
Right, so we'll leave that for the nitro. When the nitroglycerin goes off, it's gonna be like someone shooting a 50 gallon. So I don't know if you've been to the range, but that's gonna be a big blast.
Welcome back, G.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God. So first thing I notice is there are bits of clay that have just rained down on me. I got bits of blue all over me.
That's crazy. Right there.
Is there anything left?
Yeah, there's a bunch of clay. On this window, on that window, on this window, on the bikini gauge.
It's like a Jackson Pollock painting. There's no way I even got a frame there. It was just instant light. Just
yeah. When it's fast on the Phantom, then it's fast, right?
Nitroglycerin is incredibly powerful, and it gets this power from its molecular structure. See, nitroglycerin is a highly unstable molecule. It consists of a chain of 3 carbon atoms with 3 oxygens, and then 3 nitro groups attached to those, which are just nitrogen atoms bonded to 2 oxygen atoms. These nitro groups are what makes nitroglycerin so unstable. Oxygen is more electronegative than nitrogen, so these 2 oxygen atoms pull on the electrons from the nitrogen, which shifts the electron density away from this 3rd oxygen. But now there's little shared electron density between these two atoms, which results in a much weaker bond between the nitro groups and the main chain. So you get these weak spots. And all it takes is a little bit of energy, like from the shock created by hammer strike, and then those bonds snap apart. So now you've got all these atoms that are swapping partners, and they form much more stable products, like nitrogen gas, carbon dioxide, and water vapor. And this process releases a huge amount of energy and heat, and it shoots off the products at high velocities. So then these go on to hit other nitroglycerin molecules, which causes their bonds to break. If this happens for enough molecules at once, well, it sets off a chain reaction.
Now you've got a shockwave, and now it's going to propagate, and as it propagates through, it's going to break bonds here, 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 here.
Its blast pressure is over 100 times greater than the peak pressures that are produced by gunpowder.
Lots of things will explode. Even, you pop a balloon and that's an explosion.
Yes.
But the specific kind of explosion we're interested in with nitroglycerin is a detonation. And the detonation is that chemical decomposition that happens faster than the speed of sound in the material.
What we see in our experiments with nitroglycerin is all these things happen really fast, like less than 100 femtoseconds fast.
I don't operate in femtoseconds very frequently. How fast is that?
Well, femtoseconds 10 to the negative 15 seconds.
That's crazy. So a molecule of nitroglycerin will decompose 3 trillion times faster than the blink of an eye. And it's this speed that is one of the defining characteristics of high explosives.
Yet Sobrero never set out to discover an explosive. He was searching for a medicine to improve blood flow.
During one test, he mixed glycerol with nitric and sulfuric acid, when suddenly it exploded. Sobrero survived, but shards of glass left permanent scars on his face. Deeply shaken, he concluded this new substance, nitroglycerin, was just too dangerous. He later wrote, "I am almost ashamed to admit to be its discoverer." But Alfred disagreed. To him, the hammer strike was like a pistol shot. It was like somebody had kicked open the door to his mind.
It's a real shift in his character, because he's been this frail, sickly boy, kind of has trouble with people, and then he discovers explosives and chemistry and changes, It's like whenever he's working, he finally isn't depressed, he can kind of escape through his work.
And at that age, you're probably not thinking about all the possible consequences of this. You're just sort of excited about what it can do.
Okay, G, what's next?
Far from fearing its power, he believed he'd be the one to unlock it and solve one of nitroglycerin's greatest problems.
If I had a jar sitting right here and I wanted to detonate it, how do I do that?
Need a long fuse.
But what's crazy about nitroglycerin is that a regular flame won't cause it to ignite. So even if I ran a fuse into that vial, it's not going to explode. See, while a fuse can heat nitroglycerin, which makes its molecules vibrate faster, and it might even break a few NO bonds, it usually doesn't break enough of them at the same time to detonate the rest of the liquid. So it doesn't explode. However, if you drop it, but even that effect isn't consistent. We tried putting a vial loose in the back of this RC truck, expecting the bumpy ride to trigger it. And nothing. It always seems to be blowing up when you don't want it to, and you can't really get it to blow up when you want it to.
That's very paradoxical.
My browser used to look like a blast site too. I had windows and tabs scattered like debris. I had YouTube, Wikipedia, random research articles. Some things that I swear I never opened. But that changed when I switched to today's video sponsor, Opera. With its free built-in AI tool, Aria, I can use the quick shortcut to write a prompt, and then the chaos is gone.
He was 1852 when Alfred returned to Russia. He moved into a cramped apartment with his brother Robert, and he turned their kitchen into a makeshift lab. He was searching for a reliable way to detonate nitroglycerin, dreaming it could one day power his father's sea mines. But when the Crimean War ended in 1856, the Russian government refused to honor the contracts they'd signed during the war. So the Nobel factory was forced to shut down, and Emanuel went bankrupt for the second time. Alfred later wrote that his father was, quote, a man of genius, but a failure all the same.
And so Alfred goes back to Sweden and he decides, he's like, I'm not gonna make the mistakes of my father. Where does his mind go? Sticking with nitroglycerin. He's like, if I can make this, I'll be successful on my own terms.
By the summer of 1862, a 28-year-old Alfred thought he was onto something. Excited, he gathered his brothers by the banks of Lake Mälaren, just behind his workshop in Stockholm, and he pulled out a metal tube with a fuse extending from the top. He ignited it and tossed it into the water.
That's crazy. He had finally found a way to reliably detonate nitroglycerin. In its finished form, it works something like this. Alfred took a container of nitroglycerin and inserted a wooden plug and packed it with gunpowder. Then when the fuse was lit, the gunpowder inside would explode, blasting down into the container. And it was that sudden impact that delivered the shock needed to detonate the nitroglycerin. It was just like the hammer striking the anvil.
We need a blasting cap for this.
All right, so now Jesse's gonna add a blasting cap, Alfred Nobel's first major invention. I can just, my heart is just racing more than usual. And I know that it's safe, but yeah, I actually didn't really expect to feel this nervous about it.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
God. Stay down.
Oh yeah, okay. Gotta stay down. Okay, gotta clear the range.
All clear!
Oh my God.
All right, Henry.
Yeah,
How'd you like that?
Jeez, man.
Is that what you came for?
Yeah, for sure. That was insane.
Look at how it carved out the exact imprint of the bottle, 1.5 feet below. Okay, look, we even have puncture on the second to last hole. The smallest is not punctured.
Yeah, wow.
So, I mean, that's the entire range of our measurement capability.
I'm gonna get you through. That's awesome.
His invention, the blasting cap, was refined to use an even more consistent explosive than gunpowder, mercury fulminate. It became the first reliable way to detonate nitroglycerin on command. The design was so effective it remained virtually unchanged for decades.
I think it'd be hard to argue that this advancement doesn't find its place into every other explosive device that comes after it, basically.
Probably the most significant development since the invention of gunpowder.
The same idea, using a small explosion to trigger a much larger one, would later be used in atomic bombs to set off nuclear chain reactions. With the invention of the blasting cap, the use of nitroglycerin finally became practical.
It can break rock and make tunnels much more effective.
Your destination
Nitroglycerin sped up industrial excavation dramatically. In one mine, the rate of tunneling almost doubled from 0.76 to 1.34 meters per day. And in Mexico, crews reported that 15 men using nitroglycerin could do the work of 25 with gunpowder. So orders started pouring in from mining companies, engineers, and railway builders from around the world. To meet the sudden demand, Alfred began producing nitroglycerin in Sweden, enlisting the help of his younger brother, Emil. But on the 3rd of September 1864, an intern asked Emil for help moving a heavy crate. The two began to lift when suddenly the factory was ripped apart. A witness wrote this of the explosion. Most ghastly was the sight of the mutilated corpses strewn on the ground. Not only had their clothes been torn off, but on some, the head was missing and the flesh ripped off the bones. These formless masses of flesh and bone bore little or no resemblance to a human body. Emil, just 21 years old, and 4 others, the intern, a janitor, a young laborer, and a passing carpenter, all died in the explosion. Alfred blamed himself, and he swore, "I will never let this happen again. I will make nitroglycerin safe."
Ready to deliver.
The city of Stockholm declared nitroglycerin too dangerous and banned its production within city limits. Alfred, however, refused to give up.
So this is a moment where he's actually a pretty savvy entrepreneur. He says, okay, if I'm not gonna do it on land, I'm gonna do it on the water.
So he set up a laboratory on a floating barge on Lake Mälaren. But as he was experimenting, another one of his factories in Germany exploded. Alfred was fighting a ticking clock. With every day that passed, more lives were lost.
Workers were terrified. No sane agent would use it, a mining publication reported. We confidently expect within 30 days to announce another serious accident.
See, he had addressed the problem of detonation, but not nitroglycerin's fundamental sensitivity. Because nitroglycerin is so viscous, tiny bubbles of air and water vapor easily get trapped inside. As we zoom in, you'll notice there are even more. These gases are a problem. When a shockwave reaches a bubble, it squeezes it, compressing the gas and heating it up. And it happens so fast that the heat can't escape, and so the temperature inside can increase by thousands of degrees Celsius in an instant. It creates a hotspot. The gas molecules in these hotspots carry so much energy that they break the weak NO bonds in the nitroglycerin molecules nearby. And so these molecules then decompose, releasing even more hot gases. But nitroglycerin doesn't just have one of these bubbles. No, it's filled with them. So that's what makes it so sensitive to shock. A single impact can collapse many bubbles at once, which releases enough energy to trigger the chain reaction that detonates the entire liquid. Now, you might think to make nitroglycerin safe, Alfred just has to get rid of those bubbles, right? Well, it's not that easy.
You have an air bubble trapped in it. It's like really hard to get that out without like starting to bang on it, and then you don't want to do that because you don't want it to go off.
But even if you could remove every single bubble, you would still have a problem. That's because nitroglycerin is a lot like the liquid in this beer bottle. I replaced it with water and you can see, there aren't many bubbles. But if I give it a smack, the impact drives the bottom of the beer bottle down faster than the liquid can follow, which creates this sudden pressure drop. And that drop vaporizes the liquid and creates bubbles. When the liquid rushes back in, those bubbles then collapse violently. And those implosions sometimes release enough energy to crack the glass. Now, a similar thing can happen in nitroglycerin. A strong impact can create new bubbles inside the liquid in a process called cavitation. And their collapse again triggers the same chain reaction.
So Alfred realized that the only way around the bubble problem was to change the state of nitroglycerin from a liquid to a solid. Working on his barge in Germany, he tried mixing in powdered charcoal, sand, wood shavings, brick dust, and cement. But nothing really worked. Dejected, he looked down and noticed something strange, a fine powder wisping around his feet. So he looked up and saw the same pale threads drifting over the banks of the Elbe. Millions of years earlier, that dust had actually been living organisms. Diatoms, single-celled algae that once floated in ancient seas. But now, in the dunes above the river, all that remained were their fossilized exoskeletons. That made for a fine silica powder that carried on the wind. This material, diatomaceous earth, or kieselguhr, had been appreciated by Darwin. He wrote, "Few objects are more beautiful than the minute, siliceous cases of the diatomaceae." But Alfred saw beyond their beauty to the microscopic holes in their exoskeletons.
on the granular level, it's got lots of little pores and places to absorb the liquid into.
We're looking for what kind of consistency?
Oh, it's going to be like thick and solid. It will make the nitroglycerin less sensitive, so the same hammer impact that you would try with straight nitroglycerin would take more force because that absorbent material will take some of that energy from the impact.
I just kind of feel like we're baking.
Right?
In fact, Kieselguhr can soak up more than 3 times its weight in liquid nitroglycerin.
And so if it's porous, now if you mix it with the nitroglycerin can kind of go into the pores. What that helps do is separate the nitroglycerin molecules from each other.
And within any individual pore, there just isn't enough nitroglycerin to propagate the detonation.
Good work. You can pick up.
Shut up. For the food.
Delivery order ready. I have changed the set route to the pickup destination.
Here's the order.
Order pickup complete. Your route is set to the nearest drop-off point. Drop-off complete. I have set your route to the next customer destination. Order drop-off confirmed. I have plotted your route to the final delivery destination.
wants their order delivered with a particular flair. Think of something out of the box and give it all you got.
about the next showcase. Something about pilots. Keep hitting those events and I'll see you there in no time.
Hombre, no cansado, se acabó de nuevo. Two road circuits. Okay. ¿Cuánto llevo?